field and plays the games, you'll see that in the culture, I hope, that you see on the field.
Were you happy with what you got done in preseason camp?
We were. One of the big things, and this will be throughout the season, this will be a recurring theme, but we've got to avoid the big injuries and stay healthy. And by and large, we've been able to do that. We've had a couple little things come up, nothing major. And the production that we've had, or the execution, I should say, production happens once the season starts, but the execution through camp has been very consistent and solid on in all phases. We've been able to get into our special teams work early, and we've got a lot of special teams installed. Now there's still some questions there. Our two place kickers are freshmen, and so how somebody responds in their first varsity game is, you never know until they go out there and do that once. So that's a little bit of unknown. But like I said, we've got a lot of things in. It feels like for a first game, we're a little bit further along than maybe we've been the last couple of years.
You bring in a new offensive coordinator. James Bauer is now on staff with us. What's he going to bring to your offense, and what's he going to bring to the table here?
Well, the offense that you're going to see is going to look different than it has the last 3 years. It's a run-based offense. You're going to see one or two tight ends on the field most of the time. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be a two tight end ground and pound situation. You'll see some of that, but those tight ends are also going to be down the field catching the ball. Jake Bargan and Eli Nappy are going to be a big part of our passing game from those tight end positions. And so that's part of it. The other thing is really the players have responded really well to Coach Bauer. He's not an in-your-face coach. He's a positive coach. When mistakes happen, let's not do it again. Let's learn from it. Is kind of his method, and the guys have responded well to that. He doesn't overcoach the guys, which I like. I think as I get older and longer in this profession, you watch more and more clinic tape, and like even some of the NFL coaches are like, don't overcoach some of this stuff. With the offensive linemen, don't overcoach their footwork. If a guy can do it a certain way, just let him play football. And so some of those, I think Coach Bauer brings some of that. If a guy can play, we're going to let him play. Now there's some mechanics with quarterbacks, with throwing that you have to do a certain way, but there's some things where, if a guy can get it done, he can get it done, and let's put the best players out there and put them in a position so that they can make plays.
Kyle Suttle's back to run the defense. He's been here the past couple of years. Any major changes on that side of the ball?
No, we haven't changed a whole lot on the defensive scheme anyway. You'll see. You'll see a few new names come to the forefront, but a lot of the same players. We're a little bit deeper in the defensive line this year than we have been the last couple of years, which is a good thing. There's not a big drop between our first unit and our third unit in the defensive line, so we'll play three deep in that aspect. That might be the biggest change that you see is you're going to see a lot of defensive linemen rolling through, and don't panic when you see somebody who's not on the two deep lining up in the first quarter at defensive end or nose guard, because like I said, that's part of the plan. But we do have in the defensive line a good amount of depth and not a big difference between 1 and 3. Can't say the same at linebacker and secondary, so we probably won't roll near as many players in those spots. But it's a lot of the same players in those positions that we've seen the last year or 2 years.
All right, it's the 2025 season opener tonight. Hastings getting set to take on Doane University. We'll have more right after this. You're listening to the Matt Franzen pregame show on Extreme Sports.
Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're two sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue to support this community for as long as we can.
Back with the coach. It's Hastings and Doan here tonight. Coach, offensively, let's talk offensively first. We got a new quarterback. It's going to be Jared Sinek is going to get the start over Carson Kalachek, our starter in the last, year and a half. What do you see out of Jared, maybe during the preseason that pushed him to the front?
Well, he was here in the spring semester, but he wasn't enrolled. He had an off-season surgery and basically rehabbed that through the spring, living here at home, and then waited to enroll for the fall to enroll. But he was here all spring. He was at the practices, he was at the workouts, getting to know the team, even though he was in a sling and couldn't do anything physically. And then through the summer and fall, he was cleared and obviously now is playing football. He's got a really nice skill set. He throws the ball really well. Anybody who saw him play in high school here in town probably remembers that. The other piece, though, is the leadership that he brings, and it's he's at a couple programs where I think he absorbed some of those things at the high level at Nebraska and at South Dakota, and brings some of that with him. But most of it is just him and who he is, and I think most of that is natural. And he's a vocal leader. He leads by example, and is very positive with his leadership also, and brings along the guys that are starting for him in the offensive line, and he's going to be positive with the guys who are playing on the scout team on Tuesday in practice across from him. He's going to build everybody up, and I think the guys on the entire team, not just on the offense, really respect that kind of leadership, and that's something else that he brings to the table.
On the field, how much of a different type of quarterback is he than Carson that we've seen the last year and a half?
Not a lot on the field, really. They both throw the ball similarly. Carson, if we were going to have a running quarterback and say, okay, we need to run the quarterback 10, 12 times a game, Carson's a little bit better in that area. He's a little bit faster and a little bit more slippery in the run game. But I think Jarrett has a little more command on the field. But the skill set, like I said, isn't a whole lot different. Both of them have really talented arms. We have a couple freshman quarterbacks that do also. So anyway,
this sound is processed by StereoTool. Go to stereotool.com.
Is pretty similar between the two.
Josh Ray back in the running back position for the Broncos, but you got a junior college transfer that's going to be really good.
Well, we have two. Our number one and number two guys right now came from the junior college ranks in Dalton Armbruster and Caden Merriman. And we kind of feel like between those two, Dalton is listed as the number one, probably a little bit more complete, where he can run the ball between the tackles. I think he can hit the perimeter. He catches the ball out of the backfield really well. Caden is more, probably not as multidimensional. Caden is a 10-5 track guy. And so we're going to try to get him the ball and get him in the open field and watch him run. And that could be pretty neat. It has been in fall camp. If he can get to the second level, nobody's going to catch him. So that's the 1-2 punch. Josh has gone through camp, and like I said, with those two guys, with the speed that they bring to the table, it gives us a different look, a different dimension, and that's the 1-2 punch that we're planning on going in with here at the beginning.
All right, up front for you guys, some familiar faces. What's going on up there?
Well, a lot of starters are back really from the last couple of years. Now with this group, several of these guys have been kind of in and out of action through the last couple of seasons. But everybody that's lining up and starting for us has a lot of game experience. And I think we've seen that through spring football and now into fall camp, through fall camp and now into the season. And so, Jaden Lagunas is the starting center. We moved him to center in spring ball, and he's an anchor in the middle. He's big. For a big guy, moves exceptionally well. He's one of our team captains, and so if you can have that kind of player and that kind of leadership right in the middle of the offense, that's a pretty good deal. And Sal Nacarelli and Traquan Henley are the two guards. Sal's the one who's been kind of injury bit the last couple seasons, and knock on wood, has had a solid camp and is ready to go. Traquan started a little bit as a freshman 2 years ago, and then didn't play last year, his second year, and now he's back and really had a really tremendous fall camp. And then our 2 tackles, Jaden Lawrence at right tackle, he's started since he was a freshman, and he's a senior. He's the only senior starter we have right now. And then Vino Sanchez is our left tackle, and he's played center last year. He's played guard, and in spring we moved him to tackle because that was a spot that was kind of up for grabs, and he's had a good fall camp at that position. So anyway, that's the starting 5. Brock Burrish was our starting center last year, and going in to the season, he's kind of the 6th man, and we've repped him at center and guard and tackle, and you might see him play all 3 positions in the first game here. So I think we've got a good group, and we've got some depth as well that can come in and spell those guys as needed.
And on the outside, looks like he got some weapons back. Eli Dappy back out there. He was a mainstay for us last year, but he's got some help out to this year.
Yeah, well, Eli is back. He's a 5th-year senior. We redshirted him as a freshman intentionally because he was playing quarterback, and we thought he would have a long run as our starting quarterback. And then his 2nd year, halfway through the season, we moved him to receiver. He's the true, excuse the cliche, but he's the true hybrid guy on offense. So he'll play wide receiver, he'll play tight end, he'll play slot in the backfield. When we get into the goal line, he's going to be the power back in motion. On offense, he does everything, and he's a backup on every special team. So anyway, I'll give the headset to Eli. He's been around here as long as I have and knows everything we're doing, but he won't leave the field on offense. But yes, there is a core around him. Jake Bargan is a senior tight end that he had 1 big game last year, and then we didn't use him much in the passing game outside of that game, and he's been a focal point for us since Coach Bauer got here. And then a few of the other guys, Jake Weidinger is a receiver. He missed a lot of camp with a nagging injury, and he'll play. I don't know how much yet. He's still a little bit slowed, but Cooper Butler, Quay Hill, have had really good camps in the slot as the slot receiver. Damian Jenkins is an outside receiver, 6'5", that he missed last year, his freshman year. He had an injury in the summer that took last season away from him, and so he's a redshirt freshman, but he's in our starting lineup, and he and Jarrett have had a nice little connection here all camp, and so hopefully that will continue here as the season starts.
That's kind of a thumbnail of what we're going to see offensively for Hastings on the defensive side of the ball. Lambert is back. Some familiar faces over there, but again, some new guys.
Yeah, there's some familiar faces and some new guys. You're right, Jake Lambert in the middle, probably are one of our most, if not the most experienced player there on the defense. Marcus Dustin at safety is back. He missed most of last season with an injury that he came in with, and we were afraid that he might not make it through the season, and sure enough, he played about 3 games and then missed the rest of the season, and we missed him badly last season, and he's back. He's had a great camp, and he'll be a good player for us there. Sam All has been a backup safety the last couple of years, and also a part-time punter the last couple of years, and he's a starting safety. So we have a couple seniors back there that should be a nice group. Gio Mendoza is another senior at corner that started last season and has a ton of experience. Dawson Kissinger at outside linebacker, he won the job there last year as a freshman and has had a good camp. And Dawson's just a good football player. You saw that here in high school here at St. Cecilia, but he knows how to play football. He understands the game. He's going to put himself in position to make a lot of plays. And then in the defensive line, EJ Hernandez back at nose guard. Marquise Keaton was a part-time player with EJ at nose guard, and Marquise has actually elevated himself and won the starting job during camp. But like I said, you're going to see all those guys and more play at that position. Eli Keller is a defensive end from McCook who actually had transferred in from Morningside a year ago, so he had to sit out due to our conference transfer rule. So he's a third year and a college student, and this is his first year playing college football. And so I mentioned Traquan Henley is hungry to play football after missing last season. Eli's missed the last 2, so he might be even hungrier if that's possible. But Chase Pulaski is a senior defensive end that is a starter and has had a really good camp for us, really good run player. David Lopez is our other starter at defensive end, and he's a sophomore and a really good player. So like I said, a lot of depth there. Justice Hostetler Butler is the other name I better mention at inside linebacker. He had a really, really good spring, a breakout spring for us. And now going into the season as a sophomore, we expect a lot of big things from him as well.
You got some younger kids right here from Hastings that maybe had to sit in the wings here the last year or so. You mentioned Cooper Butler. We've got Quinn Rosno. We've got you mentioned Dawson Kissinger. So some guys that have been kind of waiting in the wings. It's time to step up and turn the lights on for these guys.
Yeah, those guys. You bring in the freshmen, and sometimes you have a freshman emerge like Dawson did last year, but more often than not, the freshman year is kind of a year of perseverance, where you're learning how college works, you're learning how independence works, you're learning how it is to be, in a lot of cases, a scout team player on a 110, 120 man roster, and there's not much glamour or glory to that, and unfortunately, it weeds out a lot of guys. So when you get to that sophomore year, that's where a lot of the guys like we're talking about have a chance now finally to emerge and have their time. And so sophomore year, junior year, that's where those guys are at. So like Cooper Butler, for instance, as a freshman, ran on the scout team, and then at the end of his freshman year had a bad injury in spring football, which cost him his second season last year. Rehabbed it like we've never seen, really, just crushed rehab, and came back last spring and now in fall camp, and he's going to be playing all over the field on offense for us. He's on the punt team. And so anyway, so a neat deal there. You mentioned Quinn Rosno. Quinn was with us last fall, played on some special teams as a freshman, and then enlisted in the National Guard in the spring, and wasn't even here in school, and did his duty, and then he came back in the summer, and so he's getting kind of reacquainted to civilian life and back into the football mix. And so he's literally put on 15 pounds since he reported for camp. A lot of guys lost 10 pounds. Quinn gained 15 coming to camp and getting back into the cafeteria and eating food and getting off the range with his military training and that. So anyway, some unique situations with a lot of those guys, but it's kind of their time to hopefully shine.
Okay, we'll come back and talk about Doan as our pregame show continues after this. You're listening to the Matt Franzen pregame show on Extreme Sports.
I feel like from the time we were young, the golden rule was always something with being sisters in our house. They would always say, treat your sister how you want to be treated. And sometimes we did better at that than others, but
it only seemed right. We both knew that we wanted to live close to family. And so we both chose to come back to Hastings. We have our families close. We have each other. We get to raise our kids together, and we both get to serve the community of Hastings. Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They do. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're two sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue to support this community for as long as we can.
Back with the coach, sneaking closer to game time here this afternoon, Hastings and Doan. Coach, the Tigers kind of coming off of a very similar season as we had last year. They're into their second year under their head coach. So what do you expect out of this team tonight?
Well, they finished last season really on a very different trajectory than what we were experiencing at the end of the season. We lost our last 6 games and things kind of unraveled, and we finished last season and it just kind of felt like it was time for us, to burn some things down and start over. Doan was on the other end of that. They started out really rough at the beginning of the season and lost a bunch of games early. They had a brand new coach with a bunch of brand new players, and by the end of the season, they won a couple big games. One was ours at our homecoming, and then they beat Mount Marty at the end of the year. They scored on the last play of the game to pull within 1, and then went for 2 with no time left and got it to win. And I mean, so when you finish the season on a high note like that with a young team and a brand new staff, you go into the off season and your hair is on fire. And so that's what they've been working through the off season with. I think a lot of young energy. They have a young team still. You mentioned some of the linebackers that are seniors and experienced players. really good players, and Jarrett Boggs, Tanner Simdorn, I think a couple of the best linebackers probably that we'll see all season. Their quarterback is back, and he was a freshman last year. And so, he, like I said, he did some big things for them at the end of the season last year. And so I think they feel like they've got their guy at quarterback. And then they have some young guys that they've sprinkled in that are new to the program. So that's kind of what we're looking at. It's a mix of experience and a mix of new and mix of youth. But I think they have a lot of good energy coming from the coaching staff, and I don't think they had any turnover on the staff here in the off season, which is important for a program, and so they're going to come in with a lot of energy. That much I do know. There's a lot of things unknown going into game one, but I do know that part of it they're going to bring a lot of good positive energy into this.
Longest running football rivalry in the state of Nebraska, Hastings and Doane meeting like for the 124th time here today. You haven't been involved with all 124, Coach, but you've been around probably the longest out of anybody around here on both sides of this thing.
Well, it feels, some years it feels like I've been involved in most of them. But yeah, no, on both sides of this rivalry. And I was talking to somebody somewhere along the line, and when Doane and Wesleyan had their 100th game, it was a huge event. And then we said, well, how did we miss the Doane Hastings 100th? Because we're over 120 now, and I would have been right in the middle of it at that point, but just nobody noticed for some reason. But it's a really, really rich rivalry. It's been a lot of back and forth. You might get a short stretch where one team wins multiple games in a row, but then you get another stretch where it flips the other way. And I was on both sides of that in the late 90s, early 2000s. Hastings won a bunch of them. And then there's the early 2010s where at Doane, it felt like we won about 5 in a row. So anyway, it's the teams are even. We recruit a lot of the same kids. The schools are almost identical. I mean, in size and in culture and in how we do things academically and that. So anyway, it's just a good rivalry between two schools that I think we have a healthy rivalry. I think there's a lot of respect between the two, but when it's time to compete, that competition is going to be real. And for 2.5-3 hours or so, we'll find plenty of reasons to be motivated against the guys on the other side.
After they thumped us pretty good in our homecoming game last year, 40-3, was this one kind of circled on the calendar for 2025?
I've never brought that up. I think some of our players probably feel that. We did talk at the beginning of this week about let's not make this any bigger than we have to, or than we need to, and let's not talk about hey, this is Doane, so we have to do this and this, because next week we play Midland, and the week after that we play Briarcliff. And if you make it about every unique team every week, you're going to forget about what we're trying to do. And I told our team at the beginning of this week on Tuesday, I said our focus needs to be us, and we have the makings of a really, really good football team right here. So I don't care if we're playing Doane or Morningside or the Huskers, or the New England Patriots. We're going to go in and we're going to play our game, and we're going to go right at them, and we're going to be successful, and that's going to be our mindset. So anyway. Yeah, last year was rough. That game was, I would say that was the low point, especially having that happen at homecoming, and I think for us allowing that to happen to us at homecoming, it was probably Doane's high point. So if our guys need a little bit of extra juice because of that, then that's fine. But as a team, like I said, no matter who we play, I think we've got things in a really good place, and we need to go out and execute what we do.
How can we be successful today?
Well, we need to execute. I'll probably say this every week, but the big mistakes would be obviously detrimental. But the turnover game, if we turn over the ball multiple times and they don't, we're going to be in trouble. If we can force several turnovers and not turn the ball over ourselves, we're going to be in a really good place. So executing those things in game one, there's plenty of mistakes. There's a lot of sloppy things that happen. You see it this week on Thursday night and in the games that were on TV and that. So some of those things will happen. I feel like we've got enough experience back that hopefully we can avoid some of those big mistakes and play our game. So offensively, we need to get first downs. I think if we can get first downs, we're gonna move the ball down the field and make those into touchdowns. Defensively, we'll probably give up a few things here and there, but generally speaking, we need to control the big plays. We need to keep the big plays in front of us. And I think we have an opportunistic enough defense that if we're not giving up a bunch of big plays over the top, we're going to force punts and get the ball back for the offense and that. So anyway, we need to just play team football and kind of stack quarters, stack plays one after another. I think those will be the keys. But avoiding the big mistake, I guess, to sum it up, is going to be probably the big factor.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Matt Franzen, head coach for Hastings College. Stick around. Got the scouting report coming up next with Doane head coach Jonathan Johnson. Then it's Hastings College football for you today. Hastings and Doane on Extreme Sports.
The Matt Franzen pregame show has been brought to you by Mary Lanning Healthcare. Your care, our inspiration. Countdown to kickoff continues with the Scouting Report. Coming up next on your exclusive home for Broncos sports, Extreme Sports.
5 Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill has been serving Hastings and the surrounding area for more than 25 years. And it is more than just another bar and grill. It is a Hastings institution. Do not miss Tijuana Tuesday, an all-you-can-eat taco and nacho buffet. Every Wednesday night is Wing Night, featuring legendary wings that are crispy, saucy, and downright delicious. Stop back on Thursday for roasted chicken, on Friday for the prime rib and seafood buffet, and on Saturday for Bullseye's world-famous prime rib. On Sundays, enjoy the brunch buffet from 10 until 2. For over a quarter of a century, Bullseye's has been your go-to spot for good times, great food, and unforgettable memories. Find Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd in Hastings, right across the street from the water park.
It's time now for the Scouting Report, a pregame chat with today's opposing coach. Brought to you by Bob Sass Flowers at 2618 West 2nd Street, serving Hastings since 1955.
And good afternoon. Welcome to the Scouting Report as we get you sent for Hastings and Doane here tonight. We'll talk with Jonathan Johnson. He's the head coach for the Doane University Tigers. Coach, thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, Mike, thank you for having me here.
Obviously, after last season, and just like every team in America, you've got to be kind of anxious to get started on a new season, huh?
Yeah, it's an exciting time always when college football comes back, and we're looking forward to a great season this year and some great opportunity for competition this Saturday night.
Coach, your second year as a head coach of Doane, so you've made kind of a tour through the Great Plains Athletic Conference. What'd you find out? What'd you learn after your first year?
Very deep conference. Every week is a great competition. There are no easy games. Everyone's a battle, and it's a great, great conference for football. So I think it's one of the best in the country in the NAI. We're excited to be a part of it and looking forward to 2025 in the GPAC.
Your team finished 3-8 last year. You were 3-7 in the conference. What's this team got to do to be maybe a little bit more competitive in the conference this year?
Sure. For us, it was year one, new staff, new systems offensively and defensively, establishing cultures and schematics. And so we feel like we did that. We won 2 of our last 3, got better throughout the year, finished with a better record than the previous year. So we're just focused on a daily build and trusting the process, and it started in recruiting. And we feel like we've brought in some good players that are going to help us be successful and even more this season and continue to build this program going forward.
Coach, where was the focus during the offseason?
Competition, creating competitive competition. We've established our culture, and now that we've done that, the next step is getting competitive. And for us, we've tried to incorporate that in everything that we've done in the weight room, on the field, in conditioning, throughout fall camp, and we're looking forward to our first real competition of record this Saturday night.
Coach, give us a little outlook for 2025. What are you expecting here this year?
Just continued improvement. We're excited about some core pieces that we have returning. We feel like it's a healthy mix of returners with some veteran experience and also some young talent. And so we're just focused on us and the daily process of improvement, and winning will take care of itself if we just keep getting better.
You get your quarterback back this year. That's Sam Hartman up from Grand Island Northwest. Threw for almost 2,000 yards, 12 touchdowns a season ago. Talk about him as a quarterback. How has he progressed over the last year?
Well, it's been a maturation process for him. He started last season as a true freshman with no college experience, with his hair on fire, kind of just running around, taking some unnecessary hits, turning the ball over. He had to learn to protect himself, to protect the team, protect the ball. And throughout the season, he did that, got better and better and better. Led us on that winning drive, that 2-minute drill at Mount Marty, and really just showed his competitive spirit and his will to win. And he makes the people better around him. And throughout this off season, he's really embraced learning all of the roles and coaching the guys up around him and being a leader for us. He's done a great job of that. We're excited about Sam and his future here at Doane.
You get your returning rusher back from a season ago as well, and Ryan Green, who rushed for 435 yards, 4 touchdowns. Talk about him.
Yeah, Ryan's from Kearney, Nebraska. He's a great player. He's also on our track team. Does a great job for us, going to be a senior, and we're excited for him leading that running back room going forward.
He averaged 13 points, 270 yards per game a season ago. What do you got to do offensively to make an improvement there? What are you looking for?
Yeah, it's, again, year one, learning a scheme. We feel like we've done that now. Our having a quarterback returning that has a maturity level to line people up around him and communicate with a senior running back and 2 senior wideouts. We feel like, we've got core pieces that understand our scheme and are going to make the people better around him, and we have some big expectations for our offensive unit this year.
Coach, the other side of the ball, Jarrett Boggs, obviously your leader on defense, a great guy coming back from a year ago with 86 tackles. He kind of leads your defense, doesn't he?
He does. He's been second-team all-conference 2 years in a row in the GPAC. He's a great player from Norfolk, Nebraska. He's worked really hard and been just a key piece for us. And he and Reese Dudavern and Tanner Simdorn, all senior linebackers coming back. We feel good about the core of that unit.
You feel good about your defense entering this season?
We do. We feel like we've got a lot of, again, healthy mix of older guys, younger guys, and some good talent. And we're looking forward to what that unit's going to do in year 2 of the scheme.
Okay, we'll come back and talk about the matchup with Hastings College as our scouting report continues after this.
Since 1955, Bob Sass Flowers has been a part of the Hastings community. We're not just about flowers, though. We do offer the finest floral arrangements, all backed by friendly, prompt service and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. At Bob Sass Flowers, every customer matters, and we're dedicated to making your shopping experience one to remember. But there's more to discover. From blue Capri candles and diffusers to my Saint, my Hero bracelets, Sober Dough Bread, and Daydreams greeting cards, our unique gift collection has something for everyone. Looking for the perfect baby gift? Explore our selection from Bella Tunno and Mud Pie. Come see us at Bob Sass Flowers, where quality, service, and community come together.
Back with Doane head coach Jonathan Johnson. It's Hastings and Doane coming up tonight here in Crete. Coach, Broncos coming up a very similar season as you guys had last year. They finished 2-9, but you thumped them pretty good in their homecoming game a season ago in Hastings. Broncos could be hungry for revenge here today, huh?
There's no doubt that they're going to be, and that's been the message to our team. Is 2024 is gone. It's a new year for both squads, for everybody. Everybody's 0-0 right now, and every team every year is a new team. And we know there's been a lot of changes that have been made over there, both coaching staff and players, and we know that they've made a lot of growth and development, and they're going to be a lot better, and we're excited to get out there and compete with them this Saturday night.
Coach, how tough is it to prepare for this first game with a bunch of unknowns? Like I said, the coaching staff, they made some changes there, and certainly some different players in the lineup. How tough is it to prepare for this season opener?
Sure, every year, every team, like I said, is different. And regardless of who you're playing, there's going to be some new wrinkles as coaches as we grow and develop. And we know that they've made a lot of changes. We feel like we've got some older key pieces that have played a lot of ball together that are going to communicate well no matter what's thrown at them. We're going to be able to get lined up and do what we need to do. So they've done a heck of a job in recruiting, bringing in the transfer quarterback, the transfer running back. I know they've got some very good, talented guys and a lot of returning offensive linemen and tight ends receivers. So, I know that defensively they've got a number of guys back as well. So we know that Coach Franzen does an outstanding job. We know that Hastings is a tough program. This is a great rivalry. And every game in the GPAC every week's a battle. So we're looking forward to the competition Saturday night.
You just kind of settle in for the first quarter, maybe a couple of quarters, and poke at this team and see what they're going to do, and then adjust as you go throughout this game.
Yeah, both teams are gonna go after each other. I know both teams will be fired up to play. It's always fun to play that first one. You've been beating on each other for a couple of weeks, both teams, and you're ready to play against somebody else. So I know we'll both be fired up. I know there'll be a competitive spirit. It'll be a physical game. It'll be a 4-quarter game, and there'll be a lot of people here to support. So I'm looking forward to a great Saturday night in Crete, Nebraska.
Like we said, this is your second year as a head coach for Doane. So you really haven't had the rivalry aspect that maybe some of the coaches have had between Doane and Hastings. Do you get a feeling this week that this game is a little special, not only being the season opener, but you're opening the season with Hastings?
I think every week is special for us in our league. We understand the importance of that, but I do respect the past and the history here and understand, this is the longest-running rivalry in the state of Nebraska. We've been playing now 124 meetings. Coach Franzen, again, a ton of respect for him as a Doane alum, former head coach, great player here, former athletic director, all the things that he did to build the program here. We have a competitive respect for them. And although it be a rival game, we understand they're a great staff and a great team, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to just compete together.
Coach, what do you tell your team? How do you stay in this ball game? How do you win this thing tonight?
We just need to take care of ourselves. It's about us every day, doing your job, being 1-0, trusting the process, and if we do that, the results will take care of themselves.
All right, Coach. Thanks for spending a couple of minutes with us. Good luck throughout the 2025 season. Look forward to the ball game.
Mike, I appreciate you. Merrill will ring, and go Tigers.
All right, that's Doane head coach Jonathan Johnson on the Scouting Report. Stick around. Game is coming up next. It's Hastings and Doane tonight on Extreme Sports.
You've been listening to The Scouting Report, brought to you by Bob Sass Flowers. Remember, whatever the occasion, you can count on Bob Sass Flowers of Hastings. Stay tuned. Hastings College Play-by-Play is up next on your exclusive home for Bronco Sports, Extreme Sports.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the advanced funeral planning specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
Hastings College Football is brought to you by 5 Points Bank of Hastings, the better bank. By High Street Insurance Partners. By Highland Dairy, locally made, naturally delicious. By Mary Lanning Healthcare, your care, our inspiration. By Pepsi, and by Runza Restaurants. Now, here's the voice of the Broncos, Mike Will.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Al Pepsi Field. We're in Crete, Nebraska here tonight. It's the 2025 college football season openers. The Hastings College Broncos going to set to take on the Doane University Tigers here for the first game of the 2025 season. I'm Mike Will, got the play-by-play for you for our 26th year together here, broadcasting Broncos sports. Jimmy Purcell will join me alongside these two teams getting together for the 124th time here in the all-time series, the longest-running football rivalry in the state of Nebraska. Doane has got an advantage over Hastings, 59-54. There's been 10 ties, and Doane has kind of had our numbers as of late as the Tigers have won 10 out of the last 13 games against Hastings. Doane winning last year by the score of 40-3 in Hastings. That was on our homecoming. They also won the year before, winning here in Crete by the score of 20-16. It's been a couple of years since Hastings has been able to pick up a win as the Broncos beat the Tigers back in 2022 in Hastings by the score of 14-9. It's going to be a cloudy day today, or a cloudy night. We've got the lights on here at Al Papping Field in the
man, we've stayed together longer than a lot of relationships have gone throughout the years, but just glad to be alongside. Glad to be here. Left in a monsoon, worried about your driving. You're a great boat operator, though, because it seemed like we were on a boat a lot of the time on the way over. A lot of rain over there, better than 3 inches in some of the areas around the Hastings area. And then to get over here with the internet issue, thank goodness our IT man Shano was awake and not taking a nap on this college football Saturday. He was able to answer the call, got us up and running. We're ready for Bronco football, but ought to be an interesting game. Normally we don't see this game till later on in the season, the rivalry between Doane and Hastings. And you talk to former Hastings players and whatnot, they talk about what the meaning of Doane and Hastings is. It doesn't matter whether it's football, soccer, basketball, volleyball, it all matters. And it's you hate Doane, and that's what the Hastings people have. And unfortunately, we have not had the better hand with Doane here the last several years. This is a team that Matt's going to bring in this year that's going to be interesting. And, boy, I tried to keep tabs with you on who he was bringing in and different things. We've got the Hastings High Duo and the Cynic boys. Actually got all of the Cynics on there, a family connection there with Quentin on the coaching staff. So we've got all three Cynics there. And just some new guys that they brought in at running back, a couple of wideouts, and then the guys returning. Looking through the starting lineup, boy, a lot of familiar names from a year ago, but boy, we were riddled by injuries again. Hopefully we can keep healthy through the major part of the season, but this will be a big test here tonight in Crete. Big crowd, even on a rainy evening, and boy, the emotions are going to be flying high here tonight. A lot of butterflies as we get ready to start this thing out, but really excited to have Hastings College football again on the air with Extreme Sports. Dang glad to be here in the right beside the master over all the years doing the Hastings College athletics.
So again, Hastings and Doane coming up. Kickoff is about 15 minutes away right now here at Al Papping Field. Tell you what, there's been some action in the Great Plains Athletic Conference here for this. This is like the Week 0 game that we normally have in the high school ranks. This is the Week 0 game in college football as well. We'll get an update on what's going on throughout the Great Plains Athletic Conference with Corey Westra.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, August 30. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. Download the GPAC Network in the Android and Apple App Store, on your favorite smart TV, or go to gpacnetwork.com. Welcome back to another year of Great Plains Athletic Conference football. We begin our GPAC Football Saturday reports this year with a look at the preseason poll for the conference. This was released earlier in the month of August as voted on by the coaches. Morningside was the coaches' pick to win the league with 99 points and 9 first-place votes. The Mustangs are the defending conference champions. Northwestern was picked second with 89 and the final 2 first-place votes. Dordt was picked third, Concordia 4, and Midland rounds out the top 5. Starting at number 6, Mount Marty picked 6th by the conference. Hastings was 7. Doane was picked 8th, Dakota Wesleyan 9, Briarcliff 10, and Waldorf, entering their second year in the GPAC, was picked 11th in the preseason ballot. The complete GPAC football coaches poll is available at gpacsports.com, on Instagram GPAC Sports, and on X at GPAC Sports. Coming up after the break, we'll take a look at Week 0 of GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on right after this.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
It's the first Saturday of the GPAC football season for 2025, and Week 0 did get underway on Thursday night in Bismarck, North Dakota. That is where the University of Mary Marauders of the NSIC defeated Midland by the final score of 28-22. That leads us into 6 matchups on this football Saturday, including 2 GPAC matchups this week. GPAC matchup number 1 is in Crete, Nebraska at 6 o'clock, where the Doane Tigers will host the Hastings Broncos at Papik Field. And the second conference matchup is in Orange City at Develois Stadium, Corver Field, as Northwestern will host Waldorf and the Warriors. And it will be Larry Corver Day at Northwestern. The College Football Hall of Fame will be on hand to honor Coach Corver, who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame coming up later this year. The rest of the matchups on Week 0 are non-conference, one of which is a top 5 matchup featuring Morningside traveling to take on Benedictine. Morningside ranked number 3, Benedictine ranked number 4. Mount Marty will travel across the state of Iowa, where they will take on Clark. Briarcliff will host St. Ambrose in Sioux City. And the Battle of South Dakota is in Mitchell. Dakota State will take on Dakota Wesleyan. The NAIA preseason top 25 poll is out, and Grandview, the defending national champions, are picked number 1. Kaiser is in at number 2. Morningside is ranked 3. Benedictine 4. Again, Morningside Benedictine this week. And coming in at number 5 in the preseason was Montana Western. Northwestern is picked 7th. Dordt 19. Concordia 21 in the preseason top 25 football poll. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for August 30. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're 2 sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue to support this community for as long as we can.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and intercepted.
With Mike Will.
All right, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell back here in Crete, Nebraska tonight. Hastings College football on the air here on Extreme Sports. Hastings getting set to take on the Doane University Tigers in their season opener. So Hastings with kind of a new look from a season ago, Jimmy. We bring in a brand new offensive coordinator. We got a new quarterback as Hastings will go with Jared Sinek, a kid that obviously played at Hastings High, moved on. He played at Nebraska. He played one series for the Huskers in a ball game in the Big House against the Michigan Wolverines. And then he transferred to South Dakota. He was number 2 on the depth chart in South Dakota and decided to return to Hastings for his final couple of years of eligibility. So Jared Sinek, a 6', 216-pound redshirt junior, is going to be our starting quarterback. Anxious to see what he can do. We've seen him in the preseason workouts. I was out to a number of the practices and a couple of scrimmages in the preseason workouts. He looked very, very good. So Jared Sinek will be the starter. Last year's starting quarterback, Carson Kalachek, will be the backup here in the ball game here today. Kalachek, of course, the junior out of Hastings St. Cecilia.
Well, obviously, if you're voted one of the team captains from the players that you have been practicing with all season long, that tells you something there. And Jarrett comes in, and he was voted to be one of the captains this season. So very excited. We know what kind of player he is. We've seen him. We did all the games for Hastings High that he was playing in back in the day. Very, very good talent. Got to keep him clean up front with that offensive line. But, again, Jarrett, good to see him back along. And good to know that the backup role is with a very comfortable, confident guy in Carson Kalachek. Carson had a good freshman year and then not such a great sophomore year. But he'd be in good hands if we had to put him back there at backup role.
All right, we've got a couple of running backs as well. Josh Ray is still on the squad here for Hastings College, but I'll tell you what, we got a couple of guys I'm anxious to see here tonight. Dalton Armbruster is a junior. Both of these guys are transfer kids. Armbruster, he's out of California. The other guy, Caden Merriman, also out of California. So two little guys, 5'7", 182-pound junior. And Merriman, 5'9", 171-pound junior. Merriman's got blazing speed. He's also going to be a member of the Hastings College track team. So you get him in the open field, it's going to be like a rocket here tonight.
Well, the last guy that comes to mind that has that kind of blazing speed was just a year ago was the Cheetah. And he is no longer now with the Broncos, has moved on, so it's good to have another guy in that role. But to Armbruster, I think you were mentioning about how big he is, how stout he is. He's a powerful back. Be tough to find him behind the big guys up on the offensive front, so hopefully we can get him busted out. You look along the lines with some of the guys returning. Jake Bargan, he's a big part of this offense. Bargan, a big target out there. Quayshawn Hill is there. And another guy that's been injured. He's had a tough go of things at Hastings College. The Blue Hawk, St. Cecilia Blue Hawk, Cooper Butler is now listed at number 2 on the depth chart. He'll be behind Quayshawn Hill. But Cooper, number 22 on the roster, number 1 in your heart. And I will guarantee you, I was on the phone with his father on the way down here. I think that's going to be a segment between John and I before all the games, as long as Cooper can stay healthy, is where in the world is John Butler at? He'll be at every game, and I know him and his family are here. Very happy and very proud of Cooper's accomplishments here thus far this season.
22 on your roster, number 1 in your heart, and you didn't even save it for his first touchdown as a Bronco. You had to sneak that in here during the pregame show.
Well, I had to. I told Dad I kind of had an idea, and it just was kind of fitting as both teams now out in the middle of the field here for the coin toss, so we'll kind of keep a eye on that. But no, it's good to see Cooper's had some injury issues while he's been at Hastings, and now he's healthy. And as you heard Coach Franzen say in the pregame show, you'll see him out on the field in a lot of different situations. So good to see Cooper back. Again, a couple other guys in there. Eli Nappy, we know what he can do. Boy, he was a force last year. So some weapons on the outside for Jarrett Sinek. We'll see what things happen here as they turn the guys around here. And Hastings has won the toss. They will defer to the second half, it appears here.
So Doane is going to get the football first. Hastings will kick off. Jake Bargan, He is a senior out of Utica. He's going to be kind of an H-back in the lineup and in the offense here for this season. Bargan is going to be listed as a tight end, but he'll be all over the field tonight for Hastings. Look for a big season out of Bargan. He had 16 catches for 189 yards, 3 touchdowns a season ago, but we're going to utilize our tight end a lot more than we have in the past. Jake, by the way, he got married during the past year, so so he's a senior playing probably his final year of eligibility. Plus, he's a husband, I guess now.
Well, yeah.
I was going to say father, but
let's don't get the cart in front of the horses here, for goodness sake. So, yeah, congratulations to him. You know, you look up on the front line, you got a lot of guys there that you remember from a year ago. Alvino Sanchez, Sal Nacarelli, Jaden Lagunas, also Jaden Lawrence on the outside. You've got some guys in there in the backup role. And Brock Burrish, he played a big part, the product out of Phillipsburg, Kansas. He played a lot. Remember, we were riddled on that offensive line, and they were putting them in and plugging them in different positions. So a lot of guys have been in different positions on that offensive line. Again, it's the start of the season. A lot of guys that were banged around, they're healthy now. Hopefully we can keep them healthy pretty much through the course of the season as Hastings will get ready to kick off here. They will be working what direction?
Oh, here we go again.
Well, I wanted to save it.
You didn't ask me that last night.
No, I didn't.
I don't know which way this field runs.
Well, this is north.
All right, this is north down here.
So Hastings will be kicking from north to south on your dial as we get ready to go here at Al Papik Field, Doane, Hastings. We're underway in the 2025 season.
Wilmot, the kicker, Colton Wilmot, it goes through the return man's hands. That's a John DeRizo. Back there inside the 5-yard line, it goes in and out of the end zone, so it'll be a touchback, and Doane will come out and work. So the Tigers, they've got a familiar face in there at quarterback as well, Jimmy, is Sam Hartman, a 6', 190-pound sophomore who comes from Grand Island Northwest. They kind of threw him to the Wolves last year as a freshman. He's down in his sophomore season.
He's a good one out there. Last year's numbers, 1,932 yards, 12 touchdowns. He'll be in there. He'll have a running back flanked off to the left side and a couple of wideouts to the far side of the field for the Tigers.
All right, Hartman is going to hand the ball away. Looking right side, he's going to be hitting. Down he goes. Down he goes. The Broncos come up with a big play. Wyatt Ryan is going to get the first tackle of the season here for Hastings. Offense was a big problem for Doane a season ago. They averaged only 13 points per ball game and 270 yards per game. Defense also a problem spot. The Tigers gave up 464 yards per game, and they allowed 31.8 yards per game. Looking for improvement this year. That was a loss of a couple of yards on the first play. Second down, 12 yards to go. The ball pushed back here to the 23-yard line. Hartman spreads the field. 2 wide receivers out to the left side. Fakes. Stands in a pocket. Throws the ball downfield. Contact made. Catch is going to be made at the 40-yard line of Hastings. The reception is made down there by the Tigers. That's going to be Andrew Wado getting behind the defensive secondary. Wado, a 6'1", 160-pound senior out of Weston, Nebraska, makes a catch on the ball and Doane quickly up to the line of scrimmage here at the Hastings 40-yard line.
Good protection there for Hartman, and he delivered the ball right on line. Ryan Green now off left side for Doane. Hastings will smother him up. Going to be about a yard loss, but go back to that pass play. Boy, the defender was right in the hip pocket of the receiver at about the 45-yard line, and I don't know whether he stumbled just a bit, but again, Hartman threw that ball where only his receiver could get to it. He came up with a nice pass and catch. First down and a big gain. I give him 39 on the pass and catch.
All right, that last play, no gain by Green, so it's now actually a loss of a yard as they push the ball back to the 41-yard line. Second down, 11 yards to go. Opening possession of the ball game here for the Doane University Tigers. Play action pass. Hartman throws the ball across the middle. It's going to be grabbed there at the 35-yard line. Green goes down to a knee to grab it, so he's down there. A pickup of about 6 yards in the play. So it's going to bring up a third down situation. Third down, 5 yards to go for the Tigers at the Hastings College 35-yard line as the season is underway.
Hartman last year with 162 completions. He's already got 2 of them here tonight. He's 2 of 2 on the night here for 45 yards. That pass across the middle to Ryan Green. They'll run a couple of backs out of the backfield. Ryan Green and also Chandler Page, number 33. It'll be Page in there right off the left side of Sam Hartman.
Here's Hartman. He's going to run the ball himself, quarterback keeper across the 35. Down to about the 33-yard line. Tackle made in there by the Broncos. We're going to see probably 9 different defensive linemen in the ball game here tonight for Hastings. Brendan Nelson, a senior from Casper, Wyoming, gets the last stop there for the Broncos. Again, Doan up to the line of scrimmage quickly on 4th down. 4th down and 4. They're going to line up and possibly go for this one from the Hastings College 34. Hartman with the ball. He swings it out here. Green grabs it and hangs up at it at the 35-yard line. The Broncos hold on defense. Green is chopped down. Nice play there by Gio Mendoza coming up from his quarterback position to make the stop. So Doan kind of rolls the dice here early, goes for it on 4th down and 4, and Gio Mendoza comes in there and makes a stop on the play back here at the 35-yard line. Hastings will have the ball.
Mendoza, one of those guys in the backfield for the Broncos that played a big part all season long, had several interceptions, made some big plays, and he's fresh out of the box here. That was a great open field tackle on Ryan Green. He is elusive if you don't get around his legs, and he chops him down right at the line of scrimmage at the 35-yard line. Hastings takes over on downs. 11:27 left to go here in the first quarter. First look now at this Hastings Bronco offense. Jarrett Sinek pulling the trigger here for Coach Franzen.
All right, Sinek in there. He's going to spread the field. Wide receivers all over the place. 2 wide receivers bunched up over there on the right side. 1 wide receiver to the left. They're going to hand the ball away. This is Armbruster. Armbruster across the 40, out to the 42, 43, 44-yard line. Armbruster on his first carry here is a Bronco. Is going to pick up 7 yards on the play. 2nd down and 3. You see his speed right there, Jimmy, wow. Like he's shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, that was crazy. We had him stacked to the far side of the field, and Wilborn was the one that one of the guys come over and chopped the end down, but a quick 8-yard carry by Armbruster. 2nd down and 2, ball at the 43-yard line.
Now an empty backfield here as Sinek backs up, stands in a pocket, throws it across the middle as it's caught. Yep, it's going to be caught out here at the 48-yard line. Reception is made by Eli Nappy, the former Bronco quarterback, as he grabs the ball. His first reception of the season, brings it out to the 48, and Hastings has their first down.
I got to apologize. That's Nappy, not Wilborn. We've seen Ethan Wilborn for a lot of years. He is gone, but Nappy is back. Nappy makes a great catch right in the middle of that orange and black Tiger.
Here's Merriman again. The ball, Armbruster has got the ball. Armbruster angles off to the right side. He's going to be ridden down. Nothing doing there. The Doan defense right there. That's Chris Kemp, a freshman out of Brunswick, Georgia, coming up to make the stop. So they're going to alternate snaps with Armbruster and Merriman. You're going to see a lot of those guys in the Bronco backfield here in this ball game here. 2nd down and 8 yards to go. The ball, nose of the football is sitting at the 50-yard line. Here's Sinek now as Sinek spreads the field again. Wide receivers left and right. Sinek fakes the ball, drops back to throw, winds up, cocks the arm, throws it downfield. It's going to be intercepted. Intercepted at the 5-yard line, back to the 10. Center of the field, back to the 20, 25, 30. Far sideline, 35, and run out of bounds. At the 40, that was overthrown, and Andrew Brown, a sophomore out of Omaha Central, comes back and returns the ball all the way out across the 40-yard line, run out of bounds in front of the Bronco bench. So the first pass thrown by Sinek is picked off here.
Second one, he was able to complete one earlier on that first down play. But, yeah, the line gave him a great protection. He rolled out of there to the right side. He was trying to go downfield to Damian Jenkins, but Jenkins had pretty good coverage down there. Just simply overthrew Jenkins. He tried to be the defender, and he couldn't even get to the ball. And then the ball was returned up the far side of the field. Actually, we'll give him 32 on the return. The ball out at the 42-yard line. 9:58 left to go here in quarter number 1. No score. Second series here for the Tigers.
All right, so Doan moved the ball into Hastings territory in their first series, went for it on 4th down and 4, and they came up empty. Now their second series of the season is going to start with an illegal procedure call here on the offense. That'll cost them 5, so moves the ball back to the 37-yard line. The Broncos and the Tigers meeting for the 124th time in the all-time series. Been playing football for a long, long time. The longest-running series in football in the state of Nebraska. First down and 15 yards to go. Doan with the ball on their own 37-yard line. Here's Hartman, drops back to throw, and now he's going to scramble, and he's going to throw the ball downfield. That one was tipped and nearly intercepted. Trying to take the ball downfield to John DeRizo, the senior out of Scotia, Nebraska. Broncos got their hands on the ball on the far sideline as they deflect the ball away. Getting his hands on it was Jason Olford, a redshirt junior out of Wiley, Texas. It's going to be an incomplete pass, and it's going to bring up a second down and 15 now for the Tigers on their own 37-yard line.
Very nearly intercepted as Olford had a good opportunity, just kind of went through his hands. Again, the field has got some water on it. I don't see any rain falling right now, but that ball is going to be damp for a little while here as Hartman looks at his second down and about 15.
Hartman grabs the ball knee high here as he hands the ball away. Angling right side, that's going to be Green. Bounces off of one man and brings it across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Broncos got their hands on Green. Coming up there to get his hands on him was Sam All, but he bounces off of that would-be tackler and takes the ball to the 42. But now it's going to be Doan looking at a third down situation, third down and 10 as they get the ball back to the original line of scrimmage.
Good pursuit there by the Bronco defense. There was 4 or 5 jerseys there almost able to get a hand on Ryan Green, but good pursuit there with the guys in the white jersey. He did pick up 5, third down and 10 here. Ball back at the original line of scrimmage at the 42.
Man comes in motion. Hartman fakes the ball to him. Hartman backs up. Now he's under pressure. Scrambles to the left side. Throws the ball. It's going to be caught and then nailed at the 48-yard line of Hastings. The reception is made by Waddle again. He was drilled by the Broncos secondary. It is right at the first down stakes of the 48. They're going to give him to him. First down, Doan.
Yeah, just across the sticks there at about the 48-yard line on the north side, north half of the field there. But, boy, what concentration on that. And that was a tough throw from Hartman. He was forced to the far side of the field, and as a right-handed quarterback, he's got to throw back across his body, kind of like a little Patrick Mahomes-ish as he got it delivered across the middle, and then a big shot defensively. He holds on, second first down, and Doan with the football at the 48 of Hastings.
Yeah, they move the ball in the Bronco territory for the second time tonight. Now Hartman throws the ball down the left sideline. That thing is incomplete, just off with the fingertips of his intended receiver down inside the 10-yard line. So he threw that a long way. They had their hands on it there. That was DeRizo again down the far sideline. He had his hands on it. He couldn't hang on inside the 10. Incomplete pass. Second down and 10 yards to go.
Alford for Hastings in coverage there, but boy, what a beautiful deep ball thrown by Hartman. That very easily could have been caught. He dropped it right in over top of both the players, but it falls incomplete now. Second down and 10. Ball at the 48 of Hastings.
Here's Hartman, backs up a couple of steps. Here comes the pressure, throws it across the middle. Green grabs the ball to 42, and he is brought down there. Broncos defensively making the stop there. In there for Hastings was Bryce Chaplin. Chaplin, a sophomore out of Broken Bow. He'll be in there at backup linebacker throughout this ball game here. Hastings with a bunch of guys in the front 7 positions. We're going to see a rotation between a bunch of guys here. Third down and about 5 yards to go. Hartman fakes the ball, runs it himself. Hartman brought down at the 42-yard line. Tackle is made in there by Justice Hofstetler for Nebraska. Hofstetler probably had the best preseason out of anybody on the defense. He originally came back. He was ill early in the preseason workouts, but boy, when he got in the field, he raised some eyebrows here. Justice Hofstetler, the sophomore out of Grand Island. He makes the last stop there, and for the second time, Doan will go for it here on fourth down and 4 yards to go. 7 minutes to play here in quarter number 1. Hartman has got the ball. Now they're gonna kick it as it's going to be into the end zone and out. So a late change there. It looked like Hartman was going to go for it, and he's going to punt the ball downfield, and he kicks it into the end zone.
Yeah, way into the end zone. Usually a quarterback in there, they just try to pooch it down inside the 20, and that one landed about 4 or 5 yards deep in the end zone. So now Hastings will come out on their second possession. Hastings with a couple of rushing plays. Both of those are arm bruster carries for 10 yards. And our track on Jarrett Sinek, the Hastings High Tiger, he's 1 of 2. 6-yard completion, and then that deep ball like a punt, pretty much an interception. So they'll dial him in. Hastings will have a couple of wide receivers to the near side. One single out at the numbers on the right side here, 1st and 10.
All right, Sinek is going to hand the ball away, angling to the near side. That's going to be Merriman with the ball across the 20, 25, down the sideline, 30, and he's run out of bounds. So now we see the first of Caden Merriman, the 5'9", 171-pound junior out of Lodi, California, gets outside, and he's popped out of bounds here at about the 32-yard line. Broncos get the first down, so Merriman's first carry is for first down money here. It's first down and 10. Hastings with the ball on their own 32-yard line, working right to left here in this first quarter of play. As the ball swung out to the right side, and the Tigers will smother him out there right at the line of scrimmage. They get the ball to Kayshawn Hill out there. Hill was it started off great for Hastings last year. Then he was injured and really didn't see him back the rest of the season. But Kayshawn from Abilene, Texas, back in the lineup here. No gain in the last play. 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Doan jumping up front. Here's a Sinek throwing the ball down the near sideline. That's going to be off of the fingertips of Eli Nappy. Incomplete pass. It goes out of bounds, and Hastings will be looking at 3rd down and 10 yards to go.
I want to go back to that first down carry off left side by Merriman. You're not kidding. Somebody get a fire extinguisher out. Doan, they tried to get the angle on Merriman as he got around about the 25-yard line. They took terrible angles at him. They definitely underestimated his speed as he got around the corner and shifted gears. Holy Moses, he's going to be electrifying this year if they can get him out in the open. That was a 12-yard gain back then. But right now, Hastings looks at a 3rd and 10, ball at the 32.
Here's a Sinek. He drops back. He stumbles, throws the ball, and it's incomplete. Sinek fell down, trying to make like a reverse pivot back there. He falls down the turf, and he gets up gingerly as he trots off of the sideline here.
Yeah, a little gimpy. I think his foot stuck in the turf there a little bit as he tried to reverse and get the ball. He's trying to get it to Merriman, dump it off across the middle, but not able to get that done. So now Hastings will have to punt the football away on 4th down. Doan does have a man back deep. He'll stand just inside the 25.
Treven Shaw, the kicker for Hastings. He angles it to the far side. It bounces to the 30, picked up with the 20. It edges his way back to the 24-yard line. And that's where Doan will start. 1st down and 10. Their 3rd series of the 2025 season. Bronco football here tonight here on Extreme Sports. Again, thanks for joining us. Jimmy and I together again for the 26th year of broadcasting Broncos sports. We're off and rolling here for the 2025 season. We're in the first quarter of play, 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the opening period. No score between the Tigers and the Broncos here tonight. So Doan comes back out. They're dressed in their black uniforms here tonight. They're orange trim. They're orange and white numerals. Hastings in their crimson pants and their white tops here with their crimson football helmets. Doan will start this series 1st down and 10 from their own 24-yard line. Now they're having some problems with the clock as they get that reset. It's the first game, folks. It's the first game. We're at 6:01 officially here in the first quarter. They're going to hand the ball away. It's going to go straight ahead to the 25, to the 26, 27-yard line. New man is in, and that's going to be Chandler Page. Page is a junior running back out of Parkview Christian out of Lincoln. 4 carries a season ago for 3 yards. He got back to the line of scrimmage, only given the 24, so no gain in the play. 2nd down and 10 yards to go.
Good job by the front 4 of Hastings with good penetration there. They forced Page to the outside there. He looked like he was going to have a pretty sizable gain there, but not able to get around the corner. Picks up just a couple. Going to be 2nd down and about 8 here. Ball at the 27-yard line.
Hartman dances in the pocket. Here comes the pressure. He's hit. Hartman gets away. 20, 25. He's at the 30. Eludes a man to the 35 to the 36-yard line before he is brought down. That's Marcus Dustin in on the tackle there for Hastings. Hartman in trouble He scrambles away, picks up the first down out to the Doane 36-yard line.
Boy, and Hastings had a couple of guys in hot pursuit back there when he dropped back to throw the football. But again, Hartman doesn't look like he's got tremendous speed, but he's elusive, and he shook free there, picked up a nice gainer of 10. Third first down for Doane on the night of football out to the 36-yard line, 1st and 10.
All right, here's a handoff again. That's a Page with the ball, puts his shoulder down and crashes into the Bronco defender. Brings it across the 40 out here to about the 42 or 43-yard line. Nice run there by Chandler Page. Not a real big kid, 6 foot, 205 pound junior, but he picks up 7 yards there. Second down and 3 yards to go. 4:20 to play opening quarter. No score between Hastings and Doane. Doane with their third chance here this first quarter. They've taken their first 2 drives in the Bronco territory, but have not scored. Page again will get the call here, and Page is going to pick up maybe a yard as he is tripped up. As he gets it to the line of scrimmage, he is tripped up there. Chase Pulowski, a redshirt junior out of Pleasanton, Nebraska, credited with a stop there. Pulowski into the starting lineup for the Broncos at defensive end this year. 13 tackles, a fumble recovery during the 2024 season.
Talked about the Pulowskis. They've been tradition-rich at Hastings College. Dad was there years ago, and Tyler was there a few years ago. Tyler has seen just recently got married, and now Chase in there. They've also got another brother. It's a freshman wrestling for UNK, tremendous wrestler.
Here's a handoff again. Page is going to angle right side, and he's going to be chopped down, and down he goes. He did not get there, and the Tigers will have to punt again. So he tried to take it off the right side. In fact, he lost a yard on the play there. That's Bryce Chaplin again getting the stop there for the Hastings College defense. The product out of Broken Bow. He's a Broken Bow Indian, a 198-pound sophomore there for the Broncos. Colton Marsh is back deep for Hastings now as he's going to try to return this kick. It's high in the air. End over end. He's not going to have a chance here. Bounces it at 30, crosses 25 to the 21-yard line, and that's where Doane will down the football at the 21. So Hastings and Doane, we are scoreless here in this first quarter of play. I guess that's what you expect here, Jimmy, for the opening ball game. You got to kind of feel out your opponents. It's like a heavyweight boxing match here. You got to make a couple of pokes at the opponent and see how he's going to respond, and that's what these two coaches are doing here tonight.
Well, Doane offensively has had the edge here, moving the ball down the field, but Hastings, when they bend a little bit, they stand up tall and hold Doane once they get into their territory. About 85 yards for Doane. For Hastings, 28 yards. We see Sinek in the offense, trips to the far side of the field. For Sinek, he'll hand it off.
All right, this is going to be
look out.
Sound that line. That's going to be Merriman with the ball, and Merriman is going to be hit across the 40 to the 45-yard line. Boy, we're going to have to keep you strapped down in your seats because every time Merriman gets outside, Jimmy, he looks like he could take it the distance and give him a little room and look out.
That is incredible. He gets around that corner, and they just underestimate his speed. That was a 23-yard blast right in front of the Tiger bench. They get the football up to the 44-yard line, 1st and 10 here for the Broncos.
All right, Sinek waiting for the snap. Merriman is going to get the call again. He's at the 45, and he's hit now at the 46. He fumbles the football. It comes loose. The officials say he was down there at the 46-yard line. So Merriman coughs up the pig back here. It was bouncing down around the 40-yard line. It was recovered by Doane, but the officials right there, they touch the ground or point to the ground. They give him the 46, so that'll be a pickup of about 3 yards, and they'll play 2nd down and 3.
Yeah, got to hold on to the football, young man. That was a big hit he took from one of the linebackers for Doane, and it was very, very close. I didn't see no hankies for reviewing here for the GPAC coaches. Look at this tight set. Now they'll break out of that with Sinek dropping back in the pistol.
Cooper Butler is out there in the slot now for Hastings. Here's a running play, angling off to the left side. That's Armbruster back in there for the Broncos as he hurdles his way to the 50-yard line. They're going to give him forward progress to the 49s, and now Hastings will be looking at a 3rd down situation. 3rd down, 2 yards to go. Hastings with the ball in Doane territory for the first time here tonight. Play coming out for the far sideline. And Hastings with a brand-new offensive coordinator on the staff for this year. So see what they elect to do here on 3rd down and 2 yards to go as the play signaled in from the the Broncos sideline on the far side. There's a Sinek with the ball. He backs up, looks right, now comes back left. The pass is going to be caught here at the 45-yard line, first down. They get the ball to Eli Nappy, the redshirt senior from Warrensburg, Missouri. He hauls in a pass down here. They're going to give him the 44-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Broncos.
Second catch for Nappy, now 11 yards on the stat sheet. That was good for 5. And the first down, that's the 4th for Hastings. They got the football into Doane territory down at the 44.
All right, Hastings on the move now here in the first. Here's a handoff again to Armbruster. He sweeps it left side, takes it to the 40, down to the Doane 39-yard line before he is brought down in the play. That's Jarrett Boggs into the stop there. Boggs had 89 tackles or 86 tackles a season ago for Doane. 9 of those tackles for loss. He had 3 sacks, an interception, and a fumble recovery. He's the senior out of Archbishop Bergen.
Thank goodness he's a senior. Seems like he's been around a long time as we have come to the end of quarter number 1.
All right, 1 quarter in the books tonight. Hastings College football action for you on Extreme Sports. The score is Hastings 0, Doane 0. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
I feel like from the time we were young, the golden rule was always something with being sisters in our house. They would always say, treat your sister how you want to be treated. And sometimes we did better at that than others, but
it only seemed right. You know, we both knew that we wanted to live close to family. And so we both chose to come back to Hastings. We have our families close. We have each other. We get to raise our kids together, and we both get to serve the community of Hastings. Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They do. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're 2 sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue as long as we can.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, back here at Al Papic Field in Crete here tonight. No score between Hastings and Doane. Here's a running play breaking it open, 35-30, 25 to the 20. Comes to the near sideline, 15-10, and popped out of bounds. That's a Dalton Armbruster to begin this second quarter of play. He was stopped up inside, Jimmy, and then somehow broke it outside and took it down inside the 10-yard line. They're going to spot the football down around the 5.
That was a great job by Armbruster. You're right. He was stopped right about the line of scrimmage and then busted out of 1 tackle, then brought it to the near side of the field. And now what do we got? Officials timeout here, but no, Armbruster broke it to the near side of the field, and nobody out here for Doane as everybody, the flow of traffic was to the far side. He shows his wheels, takes it downfield, 34 on the carry. They got it inside the 10-yard line, going to be at the 6-yard line, 1st and goal here for Hastings. I think we got a Doane timeout.
Yeah, we got a timeout here. Let's keep it right here as Hastings is going to get ready to pop this baby into the end zone for the first time here this season. Volleyball action today for Hastings. The Broncos played in the College of St. Mary's Labor Day Classic in Omaha. Lost a couple of matches to IU Kokomo in 3 games, and he lost to William Carey in 3 games. So the Hastings College volleyball team 3-7 on the season. They will play at Doane on Wednesday. Women's soccer team today, they beat Mid-America Christian by the score of 3-2. They're now 2-1 in the season. They'll play at Oklahoma Science and Arts coming up on Monday. The men's soccer team, they are playing tonight. The game is in progress right now. And again, other games going on in the Great Plains Athletic Conference tonight for football. Waldorf is at Northwestern. St. Ambrose is playing at Briar Cliff, and Dakota State is at Dakota Wesleyan. That's some things going on around the campus of Hastings College and around the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
I didn't follow the play to the complete end there, Mike. I was into my stat sheet. That was Armbruster. That is a injury timeout. Armbruster was hit late, past the the painted line on the out of bounds, hit down around the ankle, the ankle area, and there was no flag. But I never seen him go down, but he was obviously injured. As I looked down towards that corner of the end zone, I got this pillar. That's what they do here with press boxes. They build walls in so you can't see the entire field. But I was watching. They were escorting. The trainers were bringing a player off, and that was Armbruster. He's in the injury tent now. He had to be helped off the field, so we'll keep an eye on him. Boy, you don't want to see that happen this early in the year.
So Armbruster, the transfer, the junior out of California, who was one of the two running backs they brought in. He is injured here early in the second quarter.
They've got the beef over in front of him. There's 4 linemen over there you cannot see. You can kind of see him laying on the training table. But Hastings with a 1st and goal here from the 6.
Merriman comes back into the ball game now, just to the left side of Cynic. Merriman is going to get the call here. It comes back inside and takes the ball into the end zone for the first touchdown of the season for the Broncos. Caden Merriman takes it in from 6 yards out, and the Broncos go out on top of the score of 6-0.
Well, and I tell you, Hastings, they've got a couple of talented backs this year with some great eyeballs. That one there, Merriman, was that play was scheduled to go off the right side. He was able to see back to the left side, and a seam opened up, and with his speed and his burst, nobody was able to get to him. He went in untouched off the left side of the offensive line. Hastings with the PAT here. They get on the board first, 6-0 PAT here for Hastings.
All right, so the Broncos draw first blood here in this rivalry tonight. There's the high snap, and the kick is going to be no good off of the right side. So the snap was high, and then the kick was off of the right side. No good there by our kicker and Colton Wilmot. So the PAT is no good. We'll take a break with 14:29 to go in the first half. The score, Hastings 6, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Broncos sports on Extreme Sports.
At High Street Insurance and Financial Services, we are agents of change. We believe life is full of new opportunities, and we guide you forward with strength and confidence so together we can build stronger, more resilient communities, illuminating the path ahead, where opportunities are always within reach. We do it for all our futures. High Street Insurance and Financial Services, located at 3606 Cimarron Plaza, Suite 280 in Hastings.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
I-7 plays 80 yards. Hastings gets the touchdown here in the ball game. PAT was no good by our new kicker in Colton Wilmot, so it's a 6-0 ball game. Here comes the kickoff down for the Broncos. It's going to come down to the 5-yard line quickly, back to the 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and tripped up out here by Marcus Dustin out here at the 43-yard line. So a quick return there by the Tigers. Brings it out to the 43, and now Doane will have the ball back here.
Andrew Brown from Omaha Central looked like he was shot out of a cannon. He got it down around the 10-yard line, brought it all the way out to the 45. That was a quick hitter right up the middle. By the way, the running back in Armbruster went to the training table. He's fine. He's up jogging around on the far sidelines. That's good to see. By the way, the Broncos with 98 yards rushing already in this football game. Got to go a long ways back.
All right, it's going to be Doane with the ball now as they swing it out here to the sideline to Green. Ryan Green is going to be out of bounds here at the 50-yard line. He is out of bounds into the Doane bench down there. Marcus Dustin's going to ride him into the bench. No penalty flags down, but a pickup of about 5 on the play. A quick pass to the near sideline to Ryan Green, the senior out of Kearney, Nebraska. Second down and 5 yards to go. The ball is sitting at the 50-yard line here. Doane working right to left in the first quarter of play, or the first half of play. We're in the second quarter. 6-0. Broncos have the lead. Hartman dancing in the pocket and now runs the ball. He's at the 45, and he's crushed there at the 44-yard line. Tackle is made in there by Dawson Kissinger, the sophomore out of Glenville, as he worked his way into the starting lineup a season ago towards the tail end of the season. And he makes a stop there. Kissinger knocks down Sam Hartman hard at the 45-yard line of Hastings.
Yeah, like running into a silage truck like his family does down there on the farm in Glenville. Man, that was a big shot. Hartman had to be helped up off the turf there, but a good shot there by Kissinger was enough to get the first down to the 45 of Hastings.
Hartman is going to hand the ball away. Page inside handoff, dancing his way across the 45 to the 40. Down to the Bronco 39-yard line. Doan has had the ball, Jimmy, in Hastings territory. I think this is the third time now in this ball game. They've still got a goose egg on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Doan with right at 100 yards of total offense in this football game. Get you some quick numbers here. Doan will give them right up around 100 yards of offense in the football game, 67 through the air and 34 on the ground. We look at Hastings with 11 yards through the air. Seneca having a tough start here. But on the ground, Hastings College with 98 yards so far in the game and that one touchdown by Merriman, and Hartman with a 2nd and 4.
Here's a handoff there. That's going to go to Page, and coming around the corner and knocking him down over there. A loss of a couple of yards in the play. Quinn Rosno comes off the corner and knocks down Chandler Page. So a couple of local guys here in the last minute or so, Jimmy. We've seen Dawson Kissinger, and now Quinn Rosno comes off with a corner and knocks down the ball carrier, a loss of 2 on the play.
That'll give Blue Hawk Nation a little reason to cheer. Tough game last night in Grand Island, but Rosno, he's going to be a good one. Come around the corner very quickly, 3-yard loss.
3rd down, 7 yards to go. Hartman dancing in the pocket again, trying to get away. Eludes one man. He's going to run the ball 40. He's at the 36. He fumbles the ball, and he grabs it right there at the 36-yard line. He's going to be short of the first down. So now Doan again will look at 4th down. They've had 4th down a couple of times in Hastings territory and have gone for it here. So I assume they'll go for it here in 4th and short at the Hastings 37-yard line.
Yeah, I think Doan, every 4th down they've had here, I don't think they've punted at all today. They've gone for every one of them. So 4th down and about 2 yards to go at about the 37-yard line.
Hartman with the ball. He's going to hand it away. No, he's going to fake the ball. No. He runs it around the right end, and he's not going to get there. He is going to be stacked up. So, again, Hastings will hold on the 4th down. So the Broncos come up with a big play. That's David Lopez making the stop, the 6'1", 263-pound sophomore out of Greeley, Colorado, making the stop there for the Bronco defense. Boy, that's twice Hastings has come up big time on 4th down as Doan had the ball in the Bronco territory.
Yeah, big play there by the Hastings defense again. And as Hartman tried to take that off the right side, he met a couple of Broncos. But, boy, great team coverage to the ball carrier. Hartman actually lost a yard on that carry. So now Hastings back on offense. Sky's starting to lighten up a little bit here in Crete. 10:57 left to go till halftime. Broncos lead at 6-0. Bronco offense back out on the field here. 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line.
Jared Seneca's got wide receivers out to the left side. Man goes in motion. Here's a pitch play here. Is coming around and grabbing the ball across the 45. That's going to be Cooper Butler as he brings the ball to the 48. So a new look there. Haven't seen that.
Yeah, I know it. That's we'd call it razzle dazzle since the past few years. But yeah, they lined Cooper up in the slot on the far side, came around, just kind of flipped him the ball, takes it around the corner, 9 yards. Blue Hawk Nation smiling.
Here's a handoff here around the right side of 1st down and more across the 45 into Doan territory down to the 43-yard line. That's going to be Merriman carrying the ball there for Hastings. Another 1st down. Very impressed, Jimmy, with the Bronco rushing attack. We really struggled to run the football a season ago. But I'll tell you what, Armbruster and Merriman have added something new here to the Bronco offensive attack, something you've got to do in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, and that is run the football.
Yeah. What do we say for another team in the state? Run the damn ball. I tell you what, Hastings very effective. That offensive line's doing a nice job, and with the 2 running backs, like you said, and Armbruster and Merriman, boy, they have. We'll get you some numbers here in a little bit, but Hastings already with 116 yards on the ground as we got a Doan player that was shaken up. I think they've got him to the sidelines, so Hastings will be back out here. But, yeah, very, very impressed. 58 yards on 4 carries here in the second quarter. They had 58 yards in the first quarter on 7 carries. Boy, these 2 transfers in, I'm going to tell you, they have been a big, big help for this offense for Hastings. I can't remember the last time what I was trying to get at you at the end of the first quarter. When has Hastings been up that high with yardage on the ground? Man, it's been a long time. They look good. Now Hastings offensively back out there. 1st and 10, ball at the 42-yard line of Doane.
Chris Kemp was the guy who was shaking up for Doane as he comes to the sideline. There's a running play again. That's going to be Merriman looking to get downside. Merriman still on his feet, and he's going to be drilled back here all the way at the 50-yard line. So a loss in the play. Trying to take it around the left end, got out there, and there was nothing but black shirts over there. Merriman trying to make something happen, but did not. They're throwing for a loss. He's ridden back to the 50, but they're going to give him a forward progress on the play at the 46. It's actually, instead of a loss there of 7, it's going to be more like a loss of 3 yards in the play. 2nd down and 13 yards to go, 9:26 to play here in the second quarter. Hastings has got the lead over Doane here in the 2025 season opener. It's a 6-0 ball game.
Armbruster, as we mentioned, went out with a injury. Appeared to be a lower leg, but they evidently taped him up. He's back in there. Quick snap here for Hastings.
Here's a pass there. It's going to be caught by Jake Bargan. Gets a nice block, 45-40. Spins at the 37, across the 35, down to the 30-yard line. He's going to be ridden out of bounds. They wanted to use Bargan a little bit more here for this offense, and they get him the ball here. He makes a nice move. We got a penalty flag down, and I think this is going to come back.
Yep, I think so. Waiting for the Whitecap to give the indication. Going to be holding, probably the reason that Jake Bargan got out around the corner. He got it on just a swing pass to the near side of the field here, right at about the line of scrimmage. Took it all the way down inside the 30. He made the defensive back pay. You're not going to tackle Jake Bargan meeting him head up. He runs him right over. But all for naught. They bring the football back across the 50-yard line. It'll be spotted down at the 48. It'll be 2nd down and long here. 2nd and 20 for Hastings. But a nice play. Dialed up a little new trickery there with a little swing pass to the backside. So Hastings looks at 2nd and long.
8:56 to play now here in the second quarter. Here's a Senek play action pass. Throws it down the left sideline. And high into the air, but unable to come up with a ball on the far sideline for the Broncos was Anthony Phillips. Phillips, the junior out of Aurora, Colorado. He elevates down the left sideline there, Jimmy. Hung on to the ball, but he didn't pull her in bounds.
No, I tell you, again, we talk about the 2 running backs that transferred in. Hastings has got some tremendous weapons on the outside. The good thing that we can see is so far the offensive line has done a great job. We know how deep we are there. We've got some weapons on the outside, and the receivers in slot. We got 2 good-looking running backs. Things look good offensively for Hastings. Now Senek in trouble.
Senek pops the ball away, 45. The ball is caught at the 50 to the 46-yard line. Now we got a penalty flag down as the Broncos get the ball down to the 46 of Doane. And this one might be, roughing the passer here as they got into Senek.
They hit Jared up around the headgear. He's feeling this one. He's trying to walk it off. But, and whether this will be targeting, because it was right in that area, he took a big shot right on the helmet at about the 42-yard line.
All right, so the officials making a call. It's going to be a personal foul roughing the passer on the Doane defense. It's going to be a first down for Hastings. So they got the completion to Dalton Armbruster. The pass was completed to Armbruster. Now they're going to tack on 15 more yards, and Hastings has now moved the ball down to the Doane 31-yard line.
Hastings now with 7 first downs in the football game. They take it down just outside the 30-yard line. Be nice to hear some crowd noise, wouldn't it?
Well, they kind of stuck us in this room.
Yeah.
And the windows don't open.
It's like a janitor's closet.
Yeah, it is. And it's no bigger than a janitor's closet.
No, we had to move the mop and the brooms and everything out just to get our equipment in. But Hastings looking good here, set up at the 32-yard line of Doane.
All right, Hastings handing the ball away here. Merriman back into the ball game, trying to get outside, takes it at the sideline, and he's going to be hit out of bounds. So the Doane defense did a good job of stringing that play out, took it all the way to the sideline, and Merriman just ran out of space, and he was popped out of bounds. They'll give him 1 yard in the play as they inch the ball, nose of the football, setting it to 32-yard line. 7:34 to play here in the second quarter. 6-0 is the score. Hastings has got the lead. Broncos trying to break a 2-game losing streak to the Tigers here in the all-time series. So it's a second down here for Hastings. Sinek is going to hand the ball away again, sweeping the other side. It comes to the near side, and Merriman is hit with the same result. He got out here and ran into nothing but black shirts. So he tries the left side initially, comes back on the next play and tries the right side, and we end up with a loss of 1 in the play. So now Hastings looking at third down, 11 yards to go. Ball is sitting squarely at the 32-yard line of Doan, with under 7 minutes to play here in the first half.
Well, Doan knows that Merriman's in the game. I guarantee you now they've had enough conversation with the guys upstairs here. You got to take better angles. They sure did there. Brought Merriman down for no gain.
Sinek has got it, fakes the ball to Merriman, backs up, he throws the ball down the right sideline. It's going to be overthrown. Intended receiver is Jake Bargan for Hastings. That was overthrown by Sinek. And now Hastings looking at fourth down and 11 yards to go.
Thought maybe we were going to get a flag there. I was watching the umpire. Looked like he was reaching in his britches for the hanky. Jake kind of got a push in the back, but not enough probably to warrant a penalty flag. So now we'll see what Hastings does here. 4th and 11, ball at the 32-yard line. We will punt the football away.
All right, so on 4th down and 11, the Broncos are trying to pin the Tigers back deep here. Now we have got a timeout called here. A timeout is going to be called here by Doan. So timeout. Doan will take a break. 6:32 to play here in the second quarter. It's Hastings 6, Doan nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Vollen Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the Advanced Funeral Planning Specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Vollen Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
You are listening to exclusive coverage of Hastings College football on Extreme Sports.
All right, so the Broncos will punt here on 4th down and 11 yards to go. There's the kick. It's going to be picked up at the 5-yard line and tripped up out here to about the 8. So the ball bounces, and it was picked up there by the deep man for Doan and Tyson Fleshman, a freshman out of Bennington, Nebraska. He's immediately brought down on the play, so it'll be Doan coming out here. Again, the Tigers have taken the ball into Hastings College territory a number of times here in the first half, but they've been turned back one way or the other by the Bronco defense.
You know, Mike, we talk about special teams, how big they'll play a part into a football game. That was really a risky play down there just to field that punt inside the 10-yard line at the 5. They could have let that go into the end zone for a touchback, but they tried to bring that out there. And they hand the football off. I believe that's Green off right side. Not much of a gain. We'll give him a couple here at the 6:10 mark till halftime. Hastings ahead 6-0 here in this rivalry game.
Sam All was the last punter for Hastings. All, he does everything for the Broncos. He's played defensive back. He's been our punter on and off throughout the last couple of years. Traven Shaw has been the punter for Hastings, and now it was All in there making that nice kick down inside the 10-yard line. Here's a pass across the middle. It's incomplete. Incomplete at the 20-yard line. Good coverage there by the Broncos, and we just talked about him. Sam All, he can punt the ball, and that was a great play for him defensively.
When we come into the stadium today, we were on the northeast side of the stadium. The team got out on the southwest side. Very well, could have been driving one of the buses coming down here. Sam All, a big part of this team last year. he's not afraid to step in there anywhere. And that one there, he steps right in front of the would-be receiver, knocks the ball down. 3rd down, and about 8 yards to go here for Doane.
All right, Doane was working right to left here in the second quarter. Hartman backs up, kind of pecks it over the middle. It's going to be caught. It's going to be intercepted by the Broncos. The pass was overthrown. Let's see if they're going to...
That's Kissinger.
Kissinger's got the ball. He took it into the end zone, but they're going to say he was down at the 7-yard line. The pass by Hartman, Jimmy, was overthrown. He's trying to flare it out to the right side. It was overthrown. Kissinger was right there with the easy pick. He falls down at the 7-yard line, but Hastings has got the ball.
Well, that was all because the defensive line was right in the face of Hartman. He had to throw that up over top of the outstretched hands of the D-line, so he threw it plenty high, but then Kissinger seen that. He made an easy pick. You could have picked it off. Gino could have picked that one off. And he goes to the turf, so they rule him down inside the 10 at the 8-yard line. Broncos with the turnover in the football game, and now they've got it at point-blank range here, 1st and goal from the 8. 5:37 left to go here till halftime.
So the Broncos come up with a big pick here. Here's Armbruster with the ball. Armbruster takes it up inside to about the 5-yard line. Looked like it was designed to go outside to the right of the offensive set. They bring her back with a cutback to the 5-yard line. So Hastings looking at a 2nd down situation. So Doane has got an interception here in the first half. Hastings has got an interception. But, boy, the Broncos have got the ball at point-blank range. We are sitting at 2nd down in goal from the 5-yard line of Doane after the big interception there by the Bronco defense. Man comes in motion. They hand the ball away again to Armbruster. Angles left side to the 4-yard line. Armbruster is brought down at the 4-yard line there by the Tigers. And now Hastings will be looking at, he got a penalty flag down.
Right down in the middle of the
big stack there.
Yeah, middle of the line here. We'll see what they get. Armbruster was able to get about a yard off left side. A lot of black jerseys in there. Now Sinek signaling that it's against the Tigers. We'll see. Here comes the call from the Whitecap. Be holding on Doane.
So holding call on Doane. I think it'd be kind of nice to hear Mr. Referee here.
Well, we get back home to the friendly confines of Lloyd Wilson Field. We'll have all the amenities.
Oh yeah, we'll have a window that opens.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll have replay. We'll have all kinds of stuff. We won't know what to do when we get out of the broom closet.
Well, that's what happens when we go on the road. You never can tell.
Yeah, you don't get the amenities is what we do back home. So clock continuing to move. 4:47 left to go to half. Now Sinek up under center on a 1st and goal.
From about the 3.5-yard line, Sinek is going to bring the ball back here. That's going to be Armbruster again. He's going to be tripped up as he spins down to about the 2-yard line, spun down like a top of the 2-yard line. But Hastings is sitting at point-blank range here. It is now going to bring up a 2nd down in goal from the 2-yard line after a big interception here by the Bronco defense. Play again being signaled in off of the far side. Let's see if the Broncos can push it in here. This has been a problem area, or it was a problem area last year, Jimmy. We got down here a number of times and then couldn't stick the ball into the end zone for a score. Sinek hands under center. He's going to hand the ball away again to Armbruster, and again he fights to the right side. He takes the ball down inside the 2 to about the 1-yard line.
Thought maybe he was going to get in there. He fell on the top of a defender and kept driving his legs. I thought he made it across. He didn't. They've got him down in between the 1
and the goal line.
The goal line at the half-yard line. We got some big bodies down there. What would be wrong with the tush push?
Oh, God.
The tush push.
The most hated play.
We've got some big boys down there. 3rd and goal now from the half-yard line.
All right, Sinek up under center here again on 3rd down and less than 1 for a touchdown. Again to go to Armbruster, and he is going to be stacked up at the 1-yard line. No gain in the play, so now what do we do here? It is 4th down for Hastings. 4th down in goal from the 1-yard line. And where's our beef? Yeah, bring in the beef as the big fullback there, and let the little guy, Armbruster, trail him into the end zone here.
Well, they used to have Refrigerator Perry. He used to be in the backfield. Bargan is in there. We'll see where he lines up.
So it's 4th down. It's fourth down here for Hastings. The ball just outside the goal line. It's a fourth down and goal. Hastings with a lead at 6-0.
Hastings spreads the field here on fourth down.
Sending sprints out left side, throws the ball in the end zone, and that one is going to be incomplete, and the Tigers come up with a big goal line stand inside the 1-yard line. Hastings throws a pass into the end zone that bounces off of the turf, and the Tigers deny a touchdown, the second touchdown for the Broncos, and it is still a 6-0 ball game. That was huge for the Doane defense.
Absolutely. When you look at what this game's come down to the last several years in this close a matchup as we've had, boy, you're going to run a play like that, you need to block better. Sinek never had hardly any time. As he got the snap, he was under pressure, and then he had to throw off his back foot, didn't have enough muscle on it to get it to the intended receiver. He went down along the turf, wasn't able to come up with it, a little confused on the play call there as they spread the field on 4th and goal, but no go. Hartman will be about 5 yards deep in his end zone here, 1st and 10 from the half-yard line.
Hartman has got the ball. He's going to hand the ball away, sliding through there across the 5 out to about the 9-yard line. That was a nice play there, running the football. Chandler Page for a Doane. So they get out from inside the 1-yard line. A nice run there by Chandler Page. A pickup of about 7 on the play. 2nd down and 3 yards to go. So a big, big goal line stand by the Doane University Tigers. Keeps them in the ball game here. Hartman throws the ball. That's going to be chipped, and it's going to be intercepted. Intercepted and run into the end zone for the touchdown. The ball was tipped, and it's picked off by Bryce Chaplin. He takes the ball into the end zone for a touchdown, and the Broncos get the score that was denied just a few seconds ago. Chaplin gets the touchdown on a pick six, and the Broncos go out on top 12-0.
Boy, there was a lot happen on that play. Hastings had, all right, now we've got 2 penalty flags over here on the Broncos sideline. I'm sure this is going to be after the touchdown, but the intended receiver, Derek Anderson, took a huge shot. The ball came up in the air, and then Bryce Chaplin, Johnny on the spot, it just bounced right off of the would-be receiver's hands right into his. He takes it in untouched, and I'm sure this is going to go against Hastings, but it's going to be after the touchdown as they continue to work on Anderson down here at about the 10-yard line.
So the ball was chipped, deflected. Chaplin right there for the Broncos, and he runs it into the end zone for the score. And again, penalty flags are down. That would give Hastings a 12-0 lead over Doane as they tend to the injured player down here at the 10-yard line. You're listening to Hastings College football action here tonight. Bronco football exclusively on Extreme Sports. Again, thanks for joining us as they attend to the injured player down here at the 10-yard line. 1:54 to play here in the second quarter. Hastings is out on top now in the ball game.
See movement down there with Anderson. He continues to lay on his back at about the 11-yard line. Moving around, I think he took a body shot. It seems to be, looks like they're looking at around the rib area. Now they're going to get him up, and they'll help him back. Boy, he's in a lot of pain. Yeah, right around the abdominal region. He took a big, big shot when that ball was delivered. That was perfect timing by the Bronco defense, but I'm not sure. I think we might have had the ruling, and again, we can't hear it. Anyway, it is what it is. Hastings with the touchdown. 12-0 Broncos. 1:54 left to go here till halftime. PAT pending here from Hastings once the officials get dinner plans figured out.
Well, we'll see if Hastings may elect to go for 2 because they missed their first one. That was officially going to be a 16-yard pick six there by Bryce Chaplin for Hastings. He's the sophomore out of Broken Bow, the former Indian coming in here, 6 foot, 198-pounder. He makes his presence known in the Bronco defense. Johnny on the spot, the deflected pass. Chaplin grabs it and runs it into the end zone for the score. Now they're still trying to sort things out here. They've got the points on the scoreboard, so that's going to stay. 12-0 is the score. And here comes the Bronco offense back out of the field. That's exactly... nope, they're going to go for the 1-point conversion try here. So Hastings will go with the extra point. Colton Wilmot is the kicker here for Hastings as they line up and try to tack on one more here. Broncos are out on top 12-0 in this ball game. High snap. There's Wilmot as he swings the leg. The ball goes through the uprights. It is good. And now I thought maybe we had some extracurricular activity. I think we did, but no penalty flags down.
Yeah, and that's going to be something we'll need to watch for in the second half between these two teams. But Hastings tacks on the 1 point, and with 1:53 left to go here, Broncos hold the 13-0 lead. Looking pretty good here in Crete so far.
All right, you're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
What is Mammoth? Excellent question. Mammoth is everything you need it to be. On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders together.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, back here at Alpapic Field in Crete. Ball is going to be pushed back here to the 20, so we had a penalty on the Broncos. So they'll mark it off here on the kickoff, and Hastings will have to boot it away from the 20-yard line. Wilmot into the football, knocks it down along the ground. It's going to be picked up here by a short man at the 40-yard line, looking for some blockers, and then drug down here at the 45. So that's where Doan will start. The ball brought back there by Gage Friesen for Doan, the freshman out of High Plains High School. That's where Doan will start. So Hastings out on top by the score of 13-0 here in this ball game. Boy, the Bronco defense, Jimmy, has looked good. We're rushing the football. And you're right, the Broncos are playing well here in this first half of play. That's good to see after what we went through last year in our 2-9 season.
Exactly. If you look at it, a tale of two quarters, those 5 yards passing for Hartman here in this second quarter and 18 yards of rushing. So the Bronco defense done a great job adjusting now as Hartman will have the troops set up at the 45-yard line after the penalty kick for Hastings.
Here's a Hartman play-action pass, stands in the pocket. He's got all day. He can have a sandwich. And now heads over to the far sideline. He's going to take it out of bounds in front of the Bronco bench. Boy, he had a lot of time. He was letting his receivers to get downfield. No pressure that time by the Bronco defensive front. Hartman could have a sandwich and then possibly go for seconds there as he takes it to the far sideline and finally is run out of bounds.
He could have, but when you stand back there that long, obviously you don't have any receivers open downfield, so credit the secondary on a great job on the wide receivers and slot men for Doan. 2nd down and 10, no gain there for Doan.
Hartman looks right, comes back left, and now he runs again to the far side. He's going to be hit, and down he goes, a loss of 2 yards in the play. Jake Lambert getting over there to make the stop for Hastings, the senior from Tucson, Arizona. They're giving him a pickup of 1. They're giving forward. No, they're not. Ball is a push back here to the 44. That's a loss in the play of a yard. The guys that are running the chain gang have got that all messed up. Now they switch it down there to the 44.
First game. You got to give them a little leeway down there. They need a little bit of guidance. 3rd and 11 here for Doan.
Hartman backs up. Here comes the pressure again. He's going to run the ball. Hartman now throws it. It's going to be down along the ground. Did he come up with it? That's going to be an incomplete pass. Broncos are all saying incomplete pass, and now the officials agree.
He made it look good.
Yeah, it looked close. But that one obviously bounces off of the turf. Incomplete pass, and it's now 4th down and 11. So Doan will have to punt the football. Tigers going to punt her away again here. Hastings will have a chance. Colton Marshall drop back deep for Hastings. Back here inside the 15-yard line. 13-0 is the score. Hastings has got the lead here in this one. Season opener for the 2025 season for the Broncos. There's the snap. Here comes a kick. Broncos nearly got to it. Marsh backs up. And now what do we got?
Penalty flags got movement up on that front line. Boy, Hastings on special teams was jumping in and out of the holes there, really showing that they were going to put a lot of pressure on, and they did. Nearly got to the punter, but probably some fresh faces up there for Doane. They were they knew Hastings was coming. They jumped, cost them 5 yards. They'll take the line of scrimmage back 5. Going to be at the 39-yard line here with under a minute left to play, 57 seconds left to go. Marsh will move up now. He'll stand just inside the 25-yard line.
Garrett Papp is the punter here for Doane. He's got his toes sitting right at the 25-yard line. That's the Doane 25. He's got the ball. Here comes the pressure. The Broncos get the block. The ball is loose at the 15. It is picked up there down to the 10-yard line, down to the 5-yard line. The block punt here. So Hastings comes up with a big special teams play. Again, a block punt here at the end of the second quarter.
Well, and again, Hastings jumping around on the line of scrimmage. 2 guys got through there. That was incredible. Deep penetration. I'm not sure which one had a hand up, but they were both in there for Hastings special teams. And now the Broncos, with 48 seconds left, will have the ball first and goal at the 5.
Josiah Aldridge is one of the guys in there. I think Jaden Williams is the other guy. Williams is the product out of Donovan, Nebraska. So Aldridge and also Williams in the play. We'll see which one is credited with the block, but nevertheless, a big special teams play for the Broncos, and Hastings setting up here, knocking on touchdown door down here at the Doane 5-yard line.
Boy, we've seen special teams play a big part of this first half, and now Hastings set up a point-blank range. They'll have a couple of receivers to each side of the field. It'll be Armbruster to the left side of Sinek here, first and goal.
All right, Hastings already out on top by scoring 13-0. Sinek with the ball is going to hand the ball away. Armbruster, right side, takes it inside the 5, down to the 3, down to the 2-yard line, and he is stopped there. Remember the last time the Broncos were down here, we couldn't stick it into the end zone from just outside the 1-yard line.
Well, and good things happened to those who are patient, so Hastings did come up with the pick 6 after that. We'll see what they can do here. Armbruster with a carry down to about the 1-yard line. Gain of 4. Going to be second and goal from the 1.
All right, Hastings leading by a score of 13-0. Sinek with hands under center. Fakes the ball. Sinek throws the ball. It's going to be caught for a touchdown. Touchdown, Hastings. And they go out on top now by a score of 19-0.
Jarrett Sinek, his first Hastings College passing touchdown. And that one went to an end off the about 2 yards deep in the end zone. He got some good coverage. Did you get a number on that? That guy was more excited than the coaches to the left of me here. I thought they were coming through the wall. Great pass right down around the shoe tops, only where Hastings man could get a hold of it. Jarrett Sinek, 1-yard touchdown pass. PAT pending here with 8 seconds in the half.
Jude Smith, a freshman, grabs the ball. He tied in for the Broncos, and here comes the extra point. It is up there. It is good. And with 8 seconds to play here in the second quarter, Hastings goes out on top by 3 scores. We'll take a break with the score. Hastings 20, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero never tasted so good. Try it now.
Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland, naturally delicious.
You've been listening to the
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, the 1-yard touchdown pass from Jared Sinek to Jude Smith. as he grabs the ball. Jude Smith, a 6', 210-pound freshman from Littleton, Colorado. So both of those guys teaming up for their first Bronco touchdown. Smith and the quarterback, Jared Sinek. 8 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Hastings out on top 20-0. Here comes the kickoff. Is going to be returned out here to the 32-yard line. And that's where Doane will have the final 2 seconds. 1 second left on the clock here, and they'll take the snap, and we will get to the halftime break with Hastings out on top and feeling pretty good so far here in this football game. Offensively, defensively, special teams, Jimmy, all clicking on all 8 cylinders here tonight.
Yeah, just making some notes here at the break. And, boy, I tell you what, a little bit of concern in that first quarter for the Doane offense. But, my goodness, as Doane will take the snap, hand it off to Green off left side. He'll run out of bounds. Broncos will push him out at about the 41, and that'll be it. But a little concerned in the first quarter with the amount of offense that Doane. They were able to push the ball down the field 3 consecutive drives, but then the defense come up with some big plays. And, boy, they definitely have done a great job in the booth right beside us. They've made some great adjustments. And Sinek hasn't thrown for a lot of yards. We're going to talk about rushing the football, run the damn ball. Hastings doing well with it. We'll talk about more here at the halftime break. But, boy, a good half of football. Broncos lead it 20-0.
All right, so Hastings cruising along. Hopefully they keep up the intensity in the second half of play. We're at halftime. The score, Hastings 20, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there is no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 to 2, where you will find an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes to sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It is all you can eat and all you could ever want. Make your Sundays special with the brunch buffet at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd in Hastings, right across the street from the water park. It is the perfect way to unwind and savor the flavors of the weekend.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
Since 1955, Bob Sass Flowers has been a part of the Hastings community. We're not just about flowers, though. We do offer the finest floral arrangements, all backed by friendly, prompt service and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. At Bob Sass Flowers, every customer matters, and we're dedicated to making your shopping experience one to remember. But there's more to discover. From blue Capri candles and diffusers to my saint, my hero bracelets, sober dough bread, and Daydreams greeting cards, our unique gift collection has something for everyone. Looking for the perfect baby gift? Explore our selection from Bella Tunno and Mud Pie. Come see us at Bob Sass Flowers, where quality, service, and community come together.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
The Halftime Show is brought to you by Family Medical Center of Hastings, your home for healthcare since 1963.
All right, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell back here in Crete. Hastings with a lead 20-0 over the Doane University Tigers here tonight. As I mentioned, Jimmy, throughout the first half, Hastings looking good in all three phases here tonight. Offensively, defensively, special teams have made some plays, and we're sitting at 20-0, something that we haven't enjoyed for quite some time, taking a pretty good-sized lead into the locker room here at halftime.
Absolutely. You got to keep the gas pedal down, though, because Doane's not going to go into that locker room and just lay down and come out second half and lay an egg. But, boy, I tell you what, all aspects of the game look pretty good for the first game out. Got some new additions to the team. They look very good. I tell you, just all the way around. And I was handed the official numbers for the first half, and usually we're shaking our head because we haven't got to 100 yards of total offense. Well, we've surpassed that here in the first half. Things look good for the Broncos. We'll run down some numbers here. The official numbers just handed to me by Cousin Rick. Cousin Rick up here, your buddy, Rick Schmecker from Doane University. We appreciate his hospitality other than the broom closet. We'll have to work on that for next time we come up here. For Doane in the first half, their quarterback in Sam Hartman, he was 6 of 12 for 63 yards. A couple of passes intercepted was Hartman. Rushing the football for Doane, 20 carries, 48 yards. Passing numbers, 6 of 12 for Hartman, 2 interceptions, and 63 yards. So 32 offensive plays and 111 yards for Doane in the first half of action. Penalties in the first half for Doane, they were hit with 4 for 27 yards. They had 15:35 time of possession, and Doane had to punt the football away 3 times. That's surprising because I think in the first quarter they went for it at least 3 times on fourth down. Come away with another. We'll look at fourth down efficiency. Actually, they got them down for 2, 0 of 2 on fourth down. So Hastings defense doing very good there. Their leader rushing the football, Chandler Page, 7 carries, 19 yards, and Andrew Waddle with 2 catches and 47 yards. For Hastings in the first half, the Broncos put up 10 first downs on the board in the first half. They rushed it 18 times for 111 yards. Passing, Jarrett Sinek in the first half, 7 of 13, 30 yards. He had a touchdown and a pick. So total offense for Hastings in the first half, 31 offensive plays, 141 total yards. On down the line here, the Broncos with 2 penalties for 25 yards, 2 punts averaging 37.5. Time of possession, 14:25 for Hastings in the first half. I was just looking here. How many times on third down efficiency were we not very good? We weren't great, but 2 of 5, that's better than we were a year ago, 40%. Remember, the Broncos had the one drive that the football got all the way down to the half-yard line, weren't able to punch it in. Red zone scoring chances, 2 of 3 here tonight for Hastings. Again, we mentioned Sinek, 30 yards on 7 of 13 passing. The 2 new running backs, nice additions. Dalton Armbruster, 10 carries, 62 yards. And Caden Merriman, 8 carries and 49 yards. Your leading receiver, Eli Nappy, 2 catches and 10 yards. Sam Alls had a couple of punts, averaging 37.5. And defensive statistics leading the way, total tackles. Bryce Chaplin, 6 tackles. And looks like about it. Bryce leading the way with 6 tackles, and then a host of Broncos with 4 tackles. Boy, a lot of guys getting in the action. We got interceptions by Chaplin. That was a pick 6. And then also Dawson Kissinger down deep inside Doane territory. But, boy, what a half of football put up. Good to see for Matt Franzen and his Broncos. But they'll need another half of football, just like what they copied in the first half here. Broncos lead it at halftime, 20-0.
All right, at the halftime break, the Doane band is entertaining from the stands here tonight. Cloudy, dreary, lights are on here at Al Papig Field, and we're hearing most of the cheers across the way. That's where the Bronco fans are out. 20-0 is our score here at halftime. Halftime show brought to you by the Family Medical Center of Hastings. We'll have more after this. You are listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
All right, Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell back here in Crete at Al Papig Field. Again, a busy day today for Hastings College athletics here, as the volleyball team was in action. They were at the College of St. Mary's Labor Day Classic in Omaha. Men's and women's soccer playing today as well. Volleyball team, they lost a couple of matches in that Labor Day Classic in Omaha, losing to IU Kokomo 3-0. They also lost to William Carey in a sweep, 3-1. So the Broncos are sitting at 3-7 on the season. They will play here against Doane as they open up the conference season on Wednesday night here in Crete. Women's soccer team, they beat Mid-America Christian 3-2. Or actually, a 3-2 was the score today, as the Hastings College women's soccer team beat Mid-America Christian. They're now 2-1 in the season. They're going to be playing at Oklahoma Science and Arts coming up on Monday. The Hastings College men's soccer team, they were in action as we got underway here tonight in Crete. So again, the Hastings College volleyball, actually the Hastings College men's soccer team, they're in action tonight. We've got the Bronco football team. We're up 20-0 now here in the second half of play. All right, we'll check some other scores from the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Here again, the football teams are in action as well as they're getting their season started here tonight. Benedictine of Kansas, they beat Morningside today. Final score of 38-34. So Morningside was beaten today by Benedictine of Kansas, 38-34. Another final score in Mount Marty wins over Clark of Iowa. The score 37-22 in football action here today. Got some other scores around as far as football is concerned. It was Northwestern at halftime. They've got a lead over Waldorf. The score is 23-0 as the Red Raiders have got the lead. Hastings again with the lead here over Doane, 20-0. Briar Cliff is leading St. Ambrose of Iowa at the halftime break by a score of 14-10. Also in football, Dakota Wesleyan has got out on top of Dakota State. The score is 7-0. They're playing for the Chamber of Commerce Traveling Trophy between Dakota State and Dakota Wesleyan. Dakota Wesleyan with a lead there at 7-0. So those are some of the scores around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. You're listening to the halftime show here from Al Papig Field in Crete. Hastings with a lead over Doane, 20-0. We'll have more after this. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
All right, back here at halftime, 20-0 is the score. Hastings has got the lead over the Tigers of Doane University. There's a lot of action going on, as you might expect, in major college football action here. Checking the scoreboard, Oklahoma has got the lead over Illinois State there at the end of the third quarter. Sooners ranked number 18 in the country, leading Illinois State 21-3. Florida in the second quarter is leading Long Island 31-0. In the second quarter, Kansas State out on top of North Dakota 17-14. Second quarter score, Texas A&M is leading Texas San Antonio 21-10. In the first quarter, Clemson leading LSU. The score is 3-0. Michigan out on top of New Mexico 14-0. They're in the second quarter. First quarter score, Texas Tech over Arkansas Pine Bluff. The score is 23-0. Final scores in college football today. Ohio State won that big game with Texas today. Ohio State beats the top-ranked Texas Longhorns by the score of 14-7. Penn State winners over Nevada 46-11. Georgia, the number 5 ranked team, beating Marshall today. Final score of 45-7. It was Oregon over Montana State 59-13. Florida State beat Alabama today. Final score of 31-17. So Kalen DeBoer gets the 2025 season started with a loss to Florida State at 31-17. Indiana knocked off Old Dominion today, 27-14. The Iowa State Cyclones all over South Dakota. They won 55-7. It was Tennessee over Syracuse, 45-26. Other games going on. We've got Georgia State playing at Ole Miss tonight. You've got Texas A&M playing at SMU, and Northern Arizona is playing at Arizona State. So those are some games in major college football for you here today. Big one, obviously, with Ohio State winning over Texas, and also today South Florida State knocking off the Crimson Tide from Alabama. Here at Al Papik Field in Crete, Hastings College has got the lead. The score is 20-0 over the Tigers. Scoring here in the ball game, nothing in the first quarter, but in the second quarter, in the first minute of the second period, Caden Merriman took it in from 6 yards out for Hastings for their first touchdown of the season. Point after touchdown was no good. Merriman capping up an 8-play, 80-yard drive spanning the first and second quarters. Hastings out on top 6-0. Bryce Chaplin then got a pick six, a 16-yard return for a touchdown with 1:54 seconds to play in the second quarter. The PAT good, 13-0 there. Then the Broncos getting a 1-yard touchdown pass from Jared Sinek to Jude Smith. That was following a interception. PAT was good, and that's the way we stand here at halftime. The score, Hastings 20 and Doane nothing. Broncos will have their home opener next week as we open up our home schedule against the Midland University Warriors. That will be a 1 o'clock game next Saturday. We'll be on the air with the pregame show, Pigskin Preview at 12 noon, coming up next Saturday back in Hastings. But don't go anywhere. We've got a second half coming up. Hastings has got the lead over Doane here at halftime. It is Hastings 20, Doane nothing. Second half coming up. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
The halftime show has been brought to you by Family Medical Center of Hastings, your family's home for healthcare since 1963. Stay tuned. The second half is coming up on your exclusive home for Bronco sports, Extreme Sports.
I feel like from the time we were young, the golden rule was always something with being sisters in our house. They would always say, treat your sister how you want to be treated. And sometimes we did better at that than others, but
it only seemed right. You know, we both knew that we wanted to live close to family. And so we both chose to come back to Hastings. We have our families close. We have each other. We get to raise our kids together, and we both get to serve the community of Hastings. Mary Lanning picks out people that are going to help support our mission and our values here at Mary Lanning. They do. They want to recruit people that are continue to make us a strong organization and continue to provide that exceptional patient care.
There are people all around me constantly to support me in my personal life, but also in my career. People are always advocating for me to grow and to learn.
We're two sisters here that believe in Mary Lanning and the mission and values here, and we're going to continue to support this community for as long as we can.
At High Street Insurance and Financial Services, we are agents of change. We believe life is full of new opportunities, and we guide you forward with strength and confidence so together we can build stronger, more resilient communities, illuminating the path ahead, where opportunities are always within reach. We do it for all our futures. High Street Insurance and Financial Services, located at 3606 Cimarron Plaza, Suite 280 in Hastings.
Hi, this is Terry Anstein, President, 5 Points Bank of Hastings. On behalf of our shareholders, directors, and staff, I would like to thank all of our great customers for helping us become the fastest growing bank in Hastings. I would also like to invite everyone in the Hastings area to stop in and visit with one of our bankers and learn how we can be your bank for the long run. Locally owned, locally managed, 5 Points Bank, the better bank. Member FDIC.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Vollen Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the advanced funeral planning specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Vollen Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
What is Mammoth? Excellent question. Mammoth is everything you need it to be. On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero never tasted so good. Try it now.
Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland, locally made, truly delicious.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
And welcome back to Alpapic Field here in Crete tonight. Mike Will, Jimmy Purcell. Hastings out on top by a score of 20-0. You know, there's always some first game jitters. We finally got so we can hear outside. It's not like we're locked into the janitor's broom closet here this evening. Finally got some noise channeling into us here for the second half. And they once again provide us food, but we're already on the air and well into the broadcast, and they've provided us with our little treat here at Doan. So we enjoy the hospitality that we always get here at Doan, but the timing doesn't always sync up with what we got planned here.
Well, usually you have to help yourself, and again, we're the visitors, so you don't want to be down there being a hog, just loading the plate up. Usually we send, usually Gino will go down. Gino's a little out of practice because usually he's down there scraping up goodies for us, and he brings it up here with 35 seconds left to go till we get ready to kick this off. So we'll try to work through these two slabs of pizza. Doan will kick off to start the second half, and we're underway in Crete.
20-0. Hastings has got the lead. There's a kick out. The Broncos return at 25 to the 30 and hurtling his way out to the 31 or 32-yard line. That's where Hastings College will start at the 32. Quayshawn Hill returning the ball there for Hastings.
I will tell you one thing, though. Next week going home.
Yeah, I'm first in line for the pizza next week.
Well, I don't know that you're going to want pizza. You know, we get invited to this tailgate every year.
Right. We're playing Midland, aren't we?
Yeah, Midland University. Our old buddy John Dinkert from Kennesaw Motors. And Tyson is the outstanding tailback. He's had a great career. We'll get to that here in just a second. Hastings first and 10 here from about the 34-yard line.
Hastings moving left to right here in the third quarter. Handoff there. That's going to be Armbruster. Armbruster moves it from the 33. He's run out of bounds here up around the 37 or 38-yard line. Yeah, we always get invited to the tailgate over there on the Midland side. I feel kind of bad over there, but we can't pass up the food that he's got on the spread.
Oh, that's exactly right. You know, whether it's in Fremont or at Hastings, he invites us over, and I've got the menu for you right after this play. Gain of about 5 yards. Second down and 5.
Hastings with the ball on the 37. Armbruster again cuts back, and he's going to be drugged down after a 1 or 2 yard gain. That's a Tanner Simdorn, the senior out of Centura, and on the stop there for the Doane University Tigers.
So I got the text message a couple weeks ago, and he says, "Are you ready for the tailgate?" Hell, I had to pull the schedule up to see when it was, but it is the second game of the year. Smoked turkey, smoked brisket, and his so delicious bacon wrapped famous shrimp that he has. I told him, I said, we don't eat any of the meat. You just get us a great big bowl of shrimp. We're going to put that in our booth and have that throughout the course of the game.
That's next week. Third down, 5 yards to go. There's a Senning throws the ball. It's going to be caught here for the first down out across the 45 to the 46 or 47-yard line. Reception made by Damian Jenkins, the redshirt freshman out of Peoria, Arizona. Forget the plate. I told you last night we're going to bring a turkey type platter that you serve a big Thanksgiving turkey on. We're going to load up some of those shrimp, and we're going to have them all afternoon long.
We're going to need a tray kind of off to the off behind us so we can fish them into our mouth. Nice play there to get the first down, 10-yard pass and catch up to midfield.
Armbruster on a sweep left side. He fumbles the football as he brings ball across the 50-yard line. It is loose at the 46, and Doane is on top of the football. Second turnover for Hastings in this ball game as Armbruster took it around the left end, coughs up the pig as he brings it across the 50. The Tigers are on the football, and Doane in business here early in the third quarter.
Well, that's one thing about being a talented running back and being as a little shifty guy as he is. You're going to get hit from the backside an awful lot, and that was the case there. Armbruster hit kind of from the backside and coughed that football up, not able to get underneath of it. You've got to hold on to the football. If you're going to run it as much as Hastings has done it, you're going to need to secure the football. So now you have a turnover. Doane with good starting position here. They've got the football at their own 47-yard line just underway. They trail 20-0. They're not going to go away.
Second turnover for Hastings. Here's the handoff up inside across the 50, 45 down to the Hastings 42-yard line. It's a Rian Green carrying the ball there for the Tigers. Green, the senior out of Kearney, takes the ball into Bronco territory. Now we got a Bronco down here at the 42-yard line. So the Tigers in business here following the second turnover for Hastings here in the ball game. We got a Bronco down here at the 42-yard line. So we got an injury timeout. We'll take a break. The score, Hastings 20, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there is no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 to 2, where you will find an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes to sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It is all you can eat and all you could ever want. Make your Sundays special with the brunch buffet at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd in Hastings, right across the street from the water park. It is the perfect way to unwind and savor the flavors of the weekend.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
Our back Doan with the ball. They throw the ball down there inside the 5-yard line. Catch is going to be made down there at the 2-yard line. Andrew Wado comes down there and makes the reception. Now Doan quickly up to the line of scrimmage. Sam All was the player that was injured by the Broncos. Since All was taken out of the field there, Jimmy, Doan has come back with a little pace here, a quick offense. They got a completed pass there inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, Doan was able to hit on a lot of just short passes underneath in front of the backers as they had wideouts sending them deep. They were able to get 3 or 4 plays. They got gains of 7, 10, and 8 underneath. And then they hit on the 22-yarder to weight it down inside the 5-yard line. But again, Hastings not able to get their defense set. No time to substitute any guys in. So they've really got them off balance. Now Doan with a first down and goal from the 3-yard line. They've made this look very, very easy. We'll try to get a look and see what the deal is with Sam All as he's continued to be on the sidelines.
All right, Hartman is going to grab the ball. He's going to give it away to Green. He angles off on the right side. They had 3 guys in the backfield, and the Broncos right there defensively to bring down Green. That's Colton Marsh, among others, over there for Hastings to bring him down. This is the furthest penetration Doan has had into Bronco territory, Jimmy. They've had it into Bronco territory throughout much of the first half, but they still got the goose egg in the scoreboard. Now they've got it for the first time today inside the 5-yard line down here at the 2.
Got to look at Sam All on the sidelines. Looks like they're working out a cramp on the left leg, which you see a lot of that in the first couple of football games. So All continues to be on the sidelines, and Doan looks at his second down and goal, ball at the 2-yard line.
They got 2 running backs, one to each side now of Hartman. Hartman is going to hand the ball away up inside, and they're not going to get there. They hand her away inside, and taking the ball for the Tigers that time. A new man in the ball game. Quentin Archer, a running back out of Bennington, Nebraska, a redshirt freshman, as he just hurls his way toward the goal line, and he is stopped in a play. Now we got an injured Tiger as well down there inside the 5-yard line.
It's like one of the big old linemen down there, number 71. Looks like it could be a cramping issue there. Again, we talk about that. We see that in high school games and college games. First 2-3 games, you just you can't hydrate enough, and it's not a warm evening. Fairly humid and kind of damp out there as they get him up, and he'll limp off to the sidelines underneath his own power. So Hastings will have it a third and goal here against the Doan offense. The ball at the 2-yard line. Just underway in the second half. Broncos lead 20-0.
That's Seth Eibersbach, the kid out of Hastings High. 6'2", 205-pound senior playing here for the Tigers. The starting right guard for this Doan offense. He is helped off of the field. So now Doan has got a third down here. Third down and goal from the Hastings 2-yard line. Doan working right to left here in this third quarter of play. Hastings out on top by a score of 20-0. There's a handoff again. They go back to the same guy as he takes the ball down to about the 1-yard line. Again, carrying the ball there was Quentin Archer for the Tigers. He did not get in the end zone. Now Doan is looking at a fourth down situation.
Actually didn't give him any gain at all. Looked like second and third effort. Now actually he did. He's down at the 1-yard line, but a good effort there by the running back. Boy, a lot of pushing and shoving down there in the trenches. And fourth and goal here. Doan will go for it.
Doan had a defensive stand on the Broncos in the first half. Now let's see if Hastings can do the same thing down here. Fourth down and a yard for Doan. Ball is at the 1-yard line of Hastings. Here's Hartman, and now we've got a penalty flag down. They trying to send a man in motion, but I think we got a timeout called.
Yeah, timeout Doan.
Yeah, Doan at the last second calls a timeout here. So we'll take a break. 9:59 to play, third quarter. Hastings 20, Doan nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
All right, Hastings has got the lead here over the Doane University Tigers. The score is 20-0, but Doane is down here on 4th down in goal. The ball is sitting right at the 1-yard line. The quarterback here again is Sam Hartman. He's got Archer just to his left side. They hand the ball away to Archer. He's going to be hit. Archer struggles to get into the end zone, and he reaches the ball out there, and I don't think he meant it. I don't see the arms go up on the officials. Hastings with a goal line stand inside the 1-yard line. Wow, the Broncos stop Archer from getting into the end zone.
And I tell you what, Hastings had a guy come around the edge and get a hold of him on the back of his jersey as he tried to go off the right side, and then a host of Broncos met him on that right side. I thought he had enough push and momentum from that offensive line of Doane, but boy, Broncos come up with a big stand. Each team now has had a tremendous defensive stand inside the 1-yard line. Now Hastings gets their shot, and they've got it 1st and goal inside the 1-yard line. But, boy, they hold Doane out. Boy, just baby steps here.
Yeah, just get the ball away from your goal line. Seneca is going to line up in the backfield. We've got 2 tight ends with a wide receiver split out to the right side. Handoff here. Angling to the left side, and that's going to be a Merriman as he takes the ball out to about the 5. Did he cough up the football? The Broncos, let's see, the Tigers are jumping down there at the 5-yard line. The officials conferring. I don't see any indication yet. I think they're going to say Merriman was down. Yeah, boy. He coughs up the pig as he got to the 5.
Tell you what, Matt Franzen don't have any hair on his head, and with something like that, he would have it all tore out of there as Merriman got the carry off the left side. Had a good burst, and he was met out there around the 5-yard line that they're scratching and clawing, and now we've got another timeout. Are the officials going to get together and talk about this?
I think they're going to the replay booth.
Replay, yep. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they're going to go to the replay booth here and see if Merriman perhaps coughed up the pig. That would not be good here.
No, that would not. We've had some untimely fumbles with both of our new running backs, and that's going to happen. But, boy, you've got to secure the football a little bit better, especially when you're down in the territory that you are. Boy, I tell you what, they are way down into – that's kind of a fancy little replay booth over there. Looks like a barber shop. It's got all the stripes.
Oh, yeah, it's a striped tent down there in the corner. So the officials are conferring down here, looking at a replay. Merriman, we'll see if he coughed up the pig. That's not good territory to be coughing up the pig down here at your own 5-yard line.
No, and there was some excitement from the Doane defense, but not like if they would have recovered it. They would have come out of there, I think, cheering and yelling and jumping around a little bit more than what they did. But we'll see. They'll get a good look at it. Unfortunately,
my production assistant, he's got to realize that sometimes these conversations in the replay booths are a lot longer than perhaps single Jeopardy. And we got to get into double and triple Jeopardy here. Officials are still in the huddle here in the tent.
Yeah, they're still in the tent. No sign of coming out yet.
Perhaps having maybe a little lunch in there. Maybe they didn't get their pizza down on the field until late in the halftime like we did.
They didn't. I don't know what the temperature is down on field. Kind of cooling down. Maybe getting a little shot of coffee. I don't know. They're taking their sweet time.
20-0 is the score. Hastings College has got the lead over Doane. Broncos with a goal line stand down here, and Merriman trying to rush the ball away from the goal line offensively. Perhaps they coughed up the pig, and that's the officials are in the replay booth now. unfortunately, when we're on the road, Jimmy, we don't have the monitor in our booth like we do at home, or we'd be able to tell you what the officials are looking at. At home, we got the replay monitor in our booth, but now the officials coming out of the tent right now.
They evidently had to take a lot of views at this, and here comes the ruling.
Officials making the ruling here.
It's overturned.
Oh, no. Oh, no. After the replay, they're going to give the ball to the Tigers down here at the 5-yard line. Merriman coughs up the pig to begin this third quarter of play.
That is back-to-back fumbles by Armbruster and Merriman on different series. But you remember Doane when they stopped Hastings, and they turned around and they threw the pick six. Well, now we're giving them the ball on the golden platter at the 10-yard line, I believe. Now 6-yard line. 6-yard line be the line of scrimmage. So first and goal from the 6. So we're just returning the favor that Doane give us in the first half.
You can't let teams get back into the ball game. You've got to slam the door, and this is a golden opportunity for Doane to get back into the ball game.
Definitely turn the momentum if they do.
Hartman is in the backfield. He's got the ball. Hartman is going to run it now. He's across the 5, bounces off of a couple of would-be tacklers and takes the ball down to the 2-yard line for the Tigers. 20-0 is the score. Hastings is out on top, but on a replay review, Doane is awarded the football, and now the Broncos have another injured player down here at the 5-yard line. Boy, this is like the third one here in the second half. I think this is a cramping issue as well. Broncos had a couple of guys down. I think Doane has had a guy down. This is Justice Hofstetler. He is down. That would not be good news, but I think you're right here, Jimmy. It's a cramping issue again here in this second half as they come out to work on his leg.
Yeah, you can see him stretching that right leg as he lays down at about the 5-yard line. Boy, Hastings transferring in a lot of personnel. 6 new bodies coming in on this second and goal for Doane. Hartman takes it down to the 2-yard line with good second effort. So that is where Doane will set up shop here. Second and goal at the 2. 9:34 left to go here in the third quarter. Kind of a rocky start for both teams here in the second half.
I was just going to say the first half was pretty clean. We go to halftime and we come back out, and the first couple of minutes of this one has not been very good. Broncos did get the defensive stand down here, but turnover now for the Broncos following the review from the officials as Hostetler is going to make his way off of the field now.
Yeah, he's really feeling that cramp. Look at him. They got him up and he's walking.
Well, have you ever had one?
Have you ever had one when you're sleeping?
Yeah,
that's
usually what they happen for me.
I know it. And you get up and you try to stretch out, and your wife looks at you and says, "What are you doing?" And I tell you what, it's the most painful thing in the world. You try to find a wall or a dresser or something, and that's what Hostetler's doing now. He tried to grab a hold of the trainers just so he could get a little more steady there as he was trying to stretch that cramp out. So here comes Doane at that second and goal call at the 2.
All right, Hartman again with his arms outstretched. They're going to hand the ball away. Angling off of the left side, taking the ball to the 1-yard line, and he's going to be stopped there. Chandler Page taking the ball down to the 1 for Doane. So the Tigers having some problems stuffing the ball into the end zone here. And now it's going to bring up a third down situation for Doane. Third down and goal. The ball is at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, he was able to stretch that out from the 2 to the 1. Hastings had good bodies on him, but boy, look at him build up here in the middle. This is a tight formation. 3 backs in the backfield.
Maryland I formation here. Hand off to the up man. He takes the ball to the 1-yard line, and he does not get in.
Wow.
The Doane offensive line says he's in. The officials, they don't agree.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of stuff happens down in that pile, and I thought they had enough bodies in there to get him across the goal line. But, boy, what a stand there. Now the nose of the football is nearly here. They come with that tight Maryland I package again. Right nose of the football on the goal line.
Hartman hands the ball away. No, he doesn't.
I think he
the ball.
fumbled it.
Now Hartman has got the ball back as he tries to get into the end zone, and I don't think he made it.
I think he fumbled that from center and fumbled it up onto the backs of his offensive linemen because I seen him kind of try to get his hands on the football, never did maintain possession of it until it fell down to the turf or thereabouts, pretty close. But by then, the penetration for the front line of Hastings, what an incredible stand again for the Hastings College defense.
2 goal line stands for the Broncos to begin the third quarter of play. Doan had the ball twice inside the 1 yard line, both times turned away by the Bronco defense, and Hastings will get the ball back again down here with still a goose egg up on the scoreboard under where it says Doan University.
Well, we've liked what we've seen in running the football, but in back-to-back series, we've had fumbles from both our new running backs. Hold on to the damn ball. As the Hastings offense back out on the field, they've got the football. The nose is right on the goal line.
Armbruster is now back into the ball game for Hastings. And there's a low snap picked up by Sinek, given away to Armbruster. He gets it to the 2 yard line. Yeah, that was a low snap that Sinek had to grab off of the turf here. He gets it in the belly of Dalton Armbruster, who gets it out to about the 1.5 yard line.
Tell you what, the heart rate just went up on everybody in Crimson because that ball was down on the turf in the end zone. Sinek just able to get it to Armbruster. He picks up 1 where he was chopped down. 2nd and 9.
Waiting for the snap here. Sinek has got it, but now I think we got some movement.
Yeah, I think the left end jumped off sides. We'll see what they call here, but that was pretty apparent. Now that's a telltale situation when he gets pulled out of the game. The coach points to the sideline and says, go take a seat.
Jaden Lagunas, by the way, is the center for Hastings. He's a big 326-pound junior out of Hastings St. Cecilia. So now the officials will march off 5 yards here, I believe, on Doan. That's going to be the case. Gives Hastings a little breathing room, Jimmy, as they bring the ball out to about the 7. We need a couple of first downs here.
Tell you what, it seems like we've been down here pretty much the whole third quarter inside the 20-yard line. Now they've got the football out to about the 7 yard line. Little room to move. At least Sinek's out of the black paint.
End zone, yeah, it's this black end zone.
Black paint of the end zone for Doan.
Second down at about 4 yards to go. Sinek waiting for the ball here. He's got it, hands the ball away to Armbruster as he dances his way across the 5 out to about the 7. Penalty flags come flying in down here.
Might be in the area of a holding call, so we might be right back. Yeah, that's what's going to be the call. So Hastings is going to get hit with a penalty. Boy, not near the clean football is what we've seen in the first half by either one of these teams. Been a rough start here at 7:20 left to go in the third quarter.
I don't know what they did at halftime, but they're not coming out with the same sort of flashness here. Is that a word, flashness? That can't be a word.
Flash.
Coming up with a storm. Yeah, it can't be a word.
Not as flashy.
There you go, not as flashy.
Oh, I tell you.
Flashness.
It's early in the season.
I was trying to come up with a new word. Not as flashy, but...
Well, it's your deal.
Flashness.
It's your show now. You can come up with whatever. You can come up with whatever you want.
All right, Hastings now looking at a second down here. Second down, and we're back to 7 yards to go. Back here at the 3 yard line. Sinek in the end zone throws it out here. It's going to be caught, but not much room out there to the 3, maybe to the 4 yard line. So a completed pass, but out here to about the 4 yard line. Pass reception is made there. Coming out of the backfield was Caden Merriman. Makes the reception, but the Tigers run out there defensively. We're down to 6:54 to play in the third quarter, and we've been basically down here inside the 20-yard line the entire quarter.
Yeah, exactly. Not the numbers that I kind of anticipated for Jarrett Sinek through this football game. He's thrown 12 passes, just 32 yards. He's had a touchdown and an interception. Didn't know I'd see numbers like that.
Here's a Sinek. He's got the ball, and now we got penalty flags down again. Illegal procedure, Broncos. Wow.
That'll be half the distance, and if we're not able to come up with a first down here, And our punter has had cramping issues. Well, the punter that has been out there is Sam All.
Yeah, Sam's been out there. And we got another punter in Trevin Smith. But Sam has done most of the punting here tonight. He would be backed up into his back of the end zone here. So it's third down. Third down, 9 yards to go. Hastings with the ball on their own 2-yard line after 2 consecutive goal line stands by their defense. Sinek across the middle. It's a diving reception made, and he holds the ball in. That's Bargan out here at the 28-yard line. Jake Bargan comes up with a huge reception there for the Broncos. Hangs onto the ball as he bounces off of the turf at the 29-yard line. Big catch there. Hastings on a 1st and 10 from the 29.
Biggest pass completion tonight for Sinek. That's good to Bargan. 27 yards. Bargan's second catch of the night. 1st and 10 at the 30.
Sinek again throws the ball down the right sideline and overthrows his man. He had the man open out here. He had a couple of steps on the defensive secondary, but he's overthrown. That's Quayshawn Hill. Tell you what, he would have put the ball on the money right there. Hill would have still been running.
No, he'd be in there already because he's pretty fast. You'd have been running, we'd have been waiting, but yeah, they would have been celebrating. Just off the money, just a fraction off here tonight is Sinek. Probably some first game. It's been a long time since he's played in a football game.
There's a snap that is errant, and Sinek had to go down the turf to grab that one. I don't know if that one bounced off of somebody or not, but it didn't come back cleanly from his center and Jaden Lagunas. That's a loss on the play as Sinek had to go down to a knee to retrieve it back here at the 24-yard line. Boy, we're filming this. Football follies here.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Here in the third quarter.
Yeah, this has not been pretty. I tell you what, when they go to look at this tomorrow, I think you want to junk the third quarter.
Third down, 15 yards to go. There's a Sinek, backs up. Here comes the pressure. Look out, Sinek is on the run. He's going to be hit, and down he goes back here at the 18-yard line. Tanner Simdorn getting through there. The linebacker, senior out of Centura, is going to bring down the Sinek back here inside the 20-yard line. They're going to spot the ball at the 19 and get your slide rules on again, Jimmy. This is 4th down and 1.5 miles for the Broncos.
Well, and Sinek was asking for a face mask because when Sindorn come running by, Jared kind of ducked his head, and he was up around the headgear, but does not win his battle. But at least our punter, Smith, now is going to be out of the end zone, and he gets it away, and wow, what a punt.
It comes down at the 35-yard line, and the Broncos are down there defensively to bring him down here on the special teams.
Now that is the way you do a punt. That is tremendous. Great snap. Trayvon Smith in the game in place of Sam All. I think Smith has had one punt here tonight early in the game, but he gets it away. There was good protection, nice high spiral, and then downfield, great coverage, and a great open field tackle down there at the 33-yard line. That's where Doan will take over with 4:27 left to go in this lackluster third quarter.
Zach Peterson was the guy bound on the special teams to the Broncos to get the tackle. So Doan has got the ball. They're trailing 20-0 in this ball game. There's the inside handoff again. I think Green is back into the ball game now for the Tigers. They've been alternating in the backfield between Green and Chandler Page. That was Green running the ball as he takes it to the 40-yard line. So second down here. Second down at about 3 yards to go. Doan trailing in the ball game by a score of 20-0. Hartman hands the ball away again to Green. He brings it to the near side and kind of hurdles his way to the 41-yard line. He's brought down there. Marcus Dustin and also Bryce Chaplin, who's got a pick 6 in the ball game tonight, comes up with a tackle there. Tigers now looking at a third down situation. Third down, 3 yards to go. We're inside 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. 3:40 to be exact. Hastings out on top of the ball game by the score of 20-0. Trying to break a 2-game losing streak for the Tigers here in the all-time series. Third down and a couple of yards to go. Hartman brings up the snap from his ankles and now throws the ball downfield. The ball is going to be caught inside the 25-yard line. High in the air, grabbing the ball is going to be Andrew Wado. the senior out of Weston, Nebraska. He elevates and grabs that ball away from the defensive back for the Broncos, and Doan is in business again down here at the Hastings 22-yard line.
5 catches for Waito here tonight, and that was a big one. That was 38 yards.
There's a running play now. This is going to be a Green with the ball. Green is hemmed in, and he's going to be brought down at the 22-yard line.
I was going to have to get the cigarette lighter out.
I didn't know if Doan paid their electric bills during the off-season. I haven't seen a light on all night long, but finally somebody found the light switch.
That's like laying in bed and have somebody flip the switch on. Boy, I about come out of my chair. That brightness about knocked me out of my booth.
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, we're blinded by the light here.
Boy.
So,
something.
All right.
No gain on the carry by Green to the near side of the field. 2nd down and 10. 2:34 left to go and counting here in quarter number 3. Broncos still lead 20-0.
All right, 2 wide receivers each way now for Sam Hartman. We're going to have Green in the backfield just off of the right hip of Hartman. Man comes in motion. Hartman with the ball. He throws it into the corner of the end zone. That's going to be incomplete. Overthrown. Intended receiver was Andrew Waito. Looks like that's his go-to man here. Every time they need a big play, Hartman is looking for Andrew Waito. That one was overthrown, and now the Tigers looking at 3rd down and 10. Boy, Doan has had plenty of chances to put points on the board here in this ball game. And they still have a goose egg. Hastings with back-to-back goal line stands here in the 3rd quarter. Doan is now looking at a 3rd down here. 3rd down at about 10 yards to go. There's wide receivers right and left. Hartman looks right. Now he's scrambling with the ball. Hartman backs up and throws it near side. It's caught here at the 20 to the 19-yard line. That's going to be short of the 1st down. New man in the ball game here for the Tigers coming in there was number 24. That's a Cannon Willis, a running back out of Port Arthur, Texas. Redshirt sophomore, 5'9", 174 pounds. Now we're going to have a field goal attempt of 36 yards. A 36-yard field goal attempt here for the Tigers, trying to get them on the scoreboard here. Ball's on the near side hash mark. Here comes the kick, and that one is going to be off of the left side. It is no good. It was low off of the foot. It was heading toward the left upright, and it sneaks just outside the pipes there. So the Broncos, in addition to back-to-back goal line stands, they keep the Tigers off of the scoreboard on a missed field goal attempt, and Hastings will get the ball back with 1 minute and 28 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and again, I've been watching the snaps from the special teams. They probably, both of them, need to go to work on that. Hastings hasn't had very good snaps on their extra points. That one there was a little bit low. The holder not able to get that ball down right where the kicker wants it, and I think then with the pressure coming into the you can see it, the field of view for the kicker, and he tried to get that away from the pressure, pulled it off the left side. You know, if we were at home, I wouldn't be leaning on all the rosters, as we've got double-numbered rosters, which takes up a ton of room. So here comes the Hastings offense. Lackluster 3rd quarter for both teams, but Hastings leads 20-0. 1:28 left to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Sending back out. There goes Butler in motion. Fakes the ball to him. There's a throw across the middle. That is going to be hauled in. Did he hang on to it? Yes, he did. Out here at the 40-yard line. Nice grab made there by Eli Nappy for the Broncos. And now, penalty flag is down again.
Sinek took a huge shot from the defensive end. He's lobbying his case. Penalty flag setting at the 10-yard line. And then the Hastings linemen get jolly with him. They want to protect their quarterback. But, man, Sinek has been rocked here today.
There's a personal foul.
Defense, number 98.
Personal foul against Doan. Carson LaValle, defensive lineman for the Tigers, whistled for the infraction. A 255-pound senior from Wahoo. So Sinek is rocked there by LaValle on an illegal play. They'll tack on 15 yards. And now the Broncos, for the first time here in the second half, they got the ball in Doan territory down here at the 45-yard line. Hastings leading by a score of 20-0 in this ball game. Sinek with the ball. Sinek turns, hands the ball away, running the football down to the 40-yard line. Broncos have got Armbruster back in there now as they continue to alternate between Armbruster and Merriman. Down to the 40-yard line. Pickup of about 5 yards in the play. One guy we haven't seen so far tonight is Josh Ray. Josh Ray was one of our mainstays a year ago in the backfield. He rushed for 591 yards and 6 touchdowns. He's still here. He's still on the roster, but so far we have not seen him in the ball game tonight as they have elected to go with the Armbruster and Merriman, the two transfer guys that came in here. There's Armbruster again across the 40. He moves the ball down to about the 36-yard line. And the Broncos will be very close to a first down. Now they're going to say it is a first down. They'll move the 6. Nose of the football right at the 35-yard line. And that's going to be your final play of the third quarter. So no one scores in period number 3 after the Broncos put 3 touchdowns on the board in the first half of play. Hastings will have the lead going into the fourth and final quarter. We'll take a break with a score. Hastings 20, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
I became the manager about 1.5 years ago. Now what I get to do is, as the manager, I get to support my nurses and continue to help them grow and develop into fantastic nurses that give exceptional care. The favorite part about my job is being able to round with those patients and hear how great my nurses are. They say, oh, so-and-so is great, and talk about the great care that they are providing to them. I just love the impact that nursing can make. That's why we do this job. You know, it's for those positive outcomes. It's for those miracle stories. It's for the relationships that you build and the heartache that you feel for these families, but yet the triumphs that they have at the end. And they get to hold their baby because of the care that we provided here. And that's just incredible to me. And that's the whole reason I became a nurse. Mary Lanning Healthcare. Your care, our inspiration.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Zero, never tasted. Try it now.
Check it out.
You are listening to Hastings College on Extreme Sports.
That pass deflected in the air and it's intercepted.
With Mike Will.
And Joey Purcell from Al Papik Field in Crete, 20-0 as we begin the fourth quarter of play. Sinek with the ball as he hands it away. That's going to take it down to the 31-yard line. That was a 1st and 10. So the Broncos picking up about 4 yards in the play, brings up second down and 6 yards to go.
Looking at numbers through 3 quarters, we'll get you quick ones. You know things are going good with the statistician when the people downstairs are within a couple of yards, and that's where I'm at. For Doane in the football game, 50 plays, 216 yards. For the Broncos, 45 plays, 214 yards. What else would you expect? A tight game on the stat sheet, but the scoreboard says it all.
Armbruster again carrying the ball across the 30. Good to see. 2 hands on the football. Don't turn her over now. We're inside the 30 to the 28.
Well, the way the defense is playing here in this game, of course, the third quarter was really lackluster. You look at Hastings rushing the football, just 12 yards in that third quarter. For Doane, they had 27. So both teams really struggled offensively. Goal line stands for Hastings in that game as Sinek. Now we got movement. Maybe we got defense jumped across the line of scrimmage. But, just a sloppy third quarter at best. And now Sinek signaling that the defense jumped. We'll see what the Whitecap says.
Sinek indicating offsides on the Tigers down here. This was a 3rd and 3, so a penalty here on Doane would give Hastings a first down. That's going to be the case. First down, Broncos.
So first downs in the football game, 15 for Hastings, 8 for Doane. Look at Jarrett Sinek's numbers. Again, we talked about this at the get-go, not sure what we were going to see. I just got to thinking, am I wrong in saying his last game action was at the Big House in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, I don't know if he got in at South Dakota in a regular season game, but, yeah, he hasn't played for a while. He had some off-season surgery, and he's back in there now for Hastings with a couple of years left in eligibility as a running play to the right side. Yeah, he deserves to be a little rusty. He hasn't been in a game-like situation for a long time.
Yeah, so Jarrett's numbers through 3 quarters, 11 of 18, 87 yards. He's got a touchdown and an interception. Leading rusher for Hastings is Dalton Armbruster, 83 yards on 16 carries. Leading receiver is Jake Bargan, 2 catches. The newlywed, 2 catches, 31 yards.
Second down, 8 yards to go. Ball is at the 23 of Doan. Sinnick's pass out here is going to be caught and then drilled at the 25-yard line. Actually, a loss in the play as they swing it out here to Cooper Butler. Cooper Butler, that's your cue.
Yep, number 22 in the roster, number 1 in your heart. I'm sure his dad will have him and be schooling him when he gets home from the game this evening because he made that catch and the defender was right down around the ankles. His dad was not very nimble, but he'll tell him you need to sidestep that, and you had an open field ahead of you. I know how his dad is. Dad's across the way. We've been sharing text messages all night. If Cooper stays healthy, I'm going to have more of a full-time job, keeping stats and keeping Papa Butler entertained on the sidelines. Hastings looks at a 3rd down and 11 here right at the 25.
Yeah, loss of 1 in the last play. Sinnick fakes the ball, backs up, got time, goes it near side. He's going to be caught here at the 22. Nice move across the 20, dives forward down to about the 16-yard line. That went to a Dalton Armbruster coming out of the backfield, and now Hastings will be looking at a 4th down situation. We've got a 20-0 lead. We're down here at the 18-yard line. We got 12 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the football game. The Broncos will go for it here. The Bronco defense playing well, and they have not shown any signs that you can put together a 80-yard drive against what we've been on the field so far. The Broncos on the defense. Here's Sinnick with the ball. Look out. Here's a throwback pass. It's going to be back here to Armbruster. He's going to be stopped on the play. And the Broncos will turn the ball away.
Did anyone see a Doan player in the huddle?
Yeah, that didn't look good from the outset.
Because Sinnick took the snap right away and rolled to the far side of the field, and he had to get rid of it. He had a jump pass, or he was going to get sacked. And then they throw that over here to Armbruster, and he's got a guy breathing right down his neck. That play was doomed from the get-go. Boy, that was...
You're right. It looked like they were in the huddle.
I know it, yeah. They looked like they read that one right out of the book. So now Doan takes over at their own 23-yard line. 11:47 left to go here in the opening game of the GPAC here between these two teams, Doan and Hastings.
Hastings with a lead 20-0. Here's a Hartman, dances in the pocket, throws the ball, is caught here across the 30 out to the 33-yard line. So a pickup of about 8 yards on the play. Hartman with all kinds of time there. He brings the ball across the middle to a Chandler Page coming out of the backfield. That's going to be enough for a first down. They're going to give him the 34-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Tigers. They're in their own territory. 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 wide receivers to the right side. Page, they fake the ball to him. There's a pass nearly intercepted. They get away across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Pass completion there to Awedo. Hastings nearly read the pattern there and nearly picked off the pass. But it's a completed pass. I think that's Jason Olford who nearly read that play. Or is that Kellen Robertus? That's Robertus. And they're now at the left cornerback position for the Broncos.
Hold on, bring the maintenance guys out. We've got problems with the chains. I think they got hooked together on the far sidelines. Do you remember last year opening game?
Yeah.
We had
we needed a helpful hardware man.
Yeah, Hardware Hank. We needed Hardware Hank. They're over there working on them now. I'll go back to Andrew Wada. 6 catches, 121 unofficially in this football game. He's by far been the MVP for Doan. Now we've got both teams going to the sidelines. And normally I got my glasses up to check for injuries and cramps, but they're over there with their pliers and their screw guns, and they're trying to get, the chains, the down marker.
It's tangled up with the chain?
Yeah, it's tangled up. They've got 4 guys Four guys trying to repair the chains on the far sideline.
Looks like the city maintenance staff over there.
That means they'll be taking a break here in just a little bit. We got to get this game over.
You got one guy with the pliers trying to get the chain untangled. You got four other guys watching.
Now look at here. Now we've got this guy looks like he knows what's going on.
Yeah, he's going to trot from the opposite side of the field, and he's going to join the four guys that are on the Hastings sidelines to try to get the down marker and the chain untangled over there.
And I think he had one job, and that was to make sure there wasn't any hooks or any open ends left on the chain. And I'm serious, boss. I know I checked that. I think we're good to go. See, he trotted all the way over to there to say, here's what you got to do.
Or he was just trying to get in some steps on his smartwatch.
Might have been. Or get on the film.
Yeah, he's
probably the game film. Yes, he does. He looks like he might be head of maintenance.
Now, see, he's holding the down marker on this side of the field. Yeah, he's holding the down marker on this side. Now we're ready to go.
Yeah, he has no problems over here. He doesn't have any other markers. So 2nd down and 7 from the 37 for Doane.
All right, it's a 20-0 ball game. Hastings with the lead. Hartman again in the pocket, throws it across the middle. It's going to be caught there by Page. He's brought down immediately here at the 43-yard line. So a pickup there to the 43. They're still going to be looking at a 3rd down situation. Wyatt Ryan, the senior linebacker out of Overton, Nebraska, into the stop there for the Broncos. 3rd down and a yard to go from the 43 of Doane. Hastings leading by the score of 20-0 here in the season opener for 2025. All the scoring so far has been in the first half of play. Hartman waiting for the snap. He's got it. Page gets the handoff. He's got the 1st down to the 46. Chandler Page, the running back out of Parkview Christian out of Lincoln. He gets the 1st down, the 46-yard line.
9th 1st down for Doane in the football game. Football across the 45 to the 46. Hartman unofficially 167 yards. Pretty good night for him.
Hartman has got the ball, looks right, comes back left, down the left sideline, and the ball is going to be hauled in. Did he stay in bounds? Yes, he did. A pass completion down there to the 20-yard line. That's John DeRizo making the reception. Beautiful catch made down there by DeRizo, and he keeps his foot in bounds. They will mark the football at the 19-yard line, and the Tigers are on the move.
36 on the pass and catch and dropped it in right over top of Gio Mendoza. 2:03 now unofficially for Hartman in the game.
Hartman has got the ball again. He's going to throw the ball in a slant pattern. It's going to be grabbed there. Reception is made down inside the 5-yard line. That's the same man, John DeRizo. So back-to-back receptions made by DeRizo, the senior out of Western Nebraska. Doane quickly up to the line of scrimmage here at the 2-yard line. There's a handoff to Page. Penalty flags are down. Page goes down back here at the 6-yard line. You were just joining us. Hastings had back-to-back goal line stands in the 3rd quarter. And here we go again. Doane has got the ball down here at the Hastings 2-yard line.
Did Hastings jump across there?
I thought I saw a penalty flag, and I do. It's sitting down there.
It's on the far sidelines.
At about the 7-yard line. Illegal substitution, though. It's on the Broncos. They were trying to get a substitution made in there. So now we've got a Doane 1st down here at the 1-yard line. Here we go again. Boy, Doane has had chances to put points on the scoreboard. 1st down and goal. Ball is at the 1-yard line. Handoff to Chandler Page. He takes the ball toward the end zone, and he is going to be stopped short again at the 1-yard line.
My goodness, he took that off right side, cut it back across the grain, and had a great angle at it. There was no one there for Hastings. Was that Lambert, I think, that comes shooting across there and brought him down. Now Doane quickly to the line of scrimmage.
And now the Broncos.
We're calling, timeout. We run out there real quick for a timeout. What a play there by Lambert. I believe that was 25 that come running across there and kept him out of the end zone.
So Hastings will call the timeout here. We'll take a break. 8:30 to play in the ball game. It's still Hastings 20, Doane nothing. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland, locally made. Delicious.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, back here at Alpampic Field, we got 8:30 to play in the ball game. Hastings leading by a score of 20-0. Doan with the ball. Second down and goal from the 1-yard line. They fake the ball. Hartman now grabs it. He's going to take it into the end zone, or did he?
Unbelievable.
Still fighting down there. Hartman eventually gets into the end zone, but I think he was down here at the 1-yard line. Hartman is jumping in the black end zone. Jonathan Johnson, the head coach for Doan, says, what do we got to do to get it in there? His arms go up. But now they signal a touchdown. They got all the officials together. What'd you see? A touchdown for Doan, a 1-yard touchdown run by Hartman.
Hartman ends up with the football and takes it off right side. It appeared that they stopped him, but Wada was in the end zone with the back judge pleading his case. Doesn't matter now. They got their first touchdown of the season, and now the PAT pending. 8:23, 20-6 ball game. PAT coming here from Doan.
They flash the replay up on the board. It was close, but they give Hartman the touchdown. Here comes the PAT. That's going to be up there. It is good. Through the pipes, it is good. So Doan gets their first touchdown of the season. They wait until the fourth quarter to put it up there with 8:23 to play. We'll take a break. The score now is Hastings 20, Doan 7. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
Brandon is super pumped about Runza.
Runza is so sweet.
Especially all their desserts.
Oh, those are the sweetest.
Chocolate, vanilla, and twist ice cream cones, 4 flavors of shakes, chocolate chip cookies, and ice cream sandwiches.
Literally sweet.
Aw, I love your enthusiasm.
Well, I love Runza.
So sweet of you. Come satisfy your sweet tooth. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
You are listening to exclusive coverage of Hastings College football on Extreme Sports.
All right, that was an 8-play, 35-yard drive by the Tigers. They finally stuff it into the end zone. A 1-yard touchdown plunge by their quarterback, Sam Hartman. 20-7 is the score now. Doan is trailing in this ball game. Here comes the kickoff. Hastings will bring things back here, 15 to the 20-yard line. To the numbers on the far sideline, 25, and run out of bounds up around the 27 or 28-yard line. Wayshawn Hill bringing the ball back there for the Broncos. So now this is where that running game is important, Jimmy. We had a tough time doing it last year, trying to protect any kind of a lead that we had, and we couldn't do it with our rushing attack. What we've seen so far tonight, if you hang on to the football, we got a couple of guys that can move the chains here on the ground.
Well, absolutely. Get in behind the big guys and see what you can get. Hastings with 135 unofficially, but only 12 yards in the third quarter. They really racked them up, 123 in the first 2 quarters. So secure the ball and run the clock, and that's trouble.
There's a fumble down there, and Doan is on top of the football inside the 25-yard line. They were trying to run that play. The wide receiver was going to come around and get a pitch from the quarterback, who was just going to flip the ball to him, and he was going to take it around the left end. The ball goes ricocheting off of his hands, and Doan is on top of the football inside the 25-yard line.
No. The Whitecap comes over, and he reverses the decision.
Wow.
I don't know how. I just tried to watch the highlight up on the board, and I couldn't see nothing there, but the Whitecap come over, says, no, offense back out. It'll be second down. Unbelievable. Very fortunate for Hastings. They need to quit gambling.
There's a handoff here. It's going to go on Merriman. Merriman takes the ball to the 30. Unless they called that a shovel pass, that was incomplete. Now, that could be the case. That they could have called that a shovel pass that was incomplete.
Well, when they do that, and that's what it is recorded as a pass.
Yeah, so that was probably an incomplete pass that touched the ground and not a fumble. So Hastings got the ball back. Now they are looking at a third down situation. Third down and about 6 yards to go. Broncos get a break here. Sitting at the 33-yard line where the clock cannot run fast enough.
Yeah, no kidding.
7:54 to play here in the ballgame. Hastings 20, Doane 7.
The Doane defense is breathing fire. They have got a lot of energy out there right now.
We got to have something good happen offensively. Sinek bobbles the ball. He backs up, looks right, looks left, throws the ball on the turf.
Got his arm grabbed in there defensively for Doane. That was Keegan Schuler in there defensively coming. He got a hold of the jersey or the arm of Sinek. Wasn't able to get that delivered cleanly. Went down to the turf. So now, 3 plays and out. 4th and 6. This sounds like a broken record. Ball on the 33. 7:37 left to go. Broncos with the lead, but Doane will get it back.
Draven Shaw into the ball game to punt. Inside his own 20. High snap. Here comes the pressure. Shaw gets the ball away. He's going to angle it to the far side. Bounces to the 32 across the 25-yard line to the 20 to the 18. That was a great punt there by Draven Shaw for the Broncos. And now Doane has got the ball. They are trailing 20-7. Still with 7:28 to play here in the ball game.
47 on the punt, and he had tremendous pressure coming with the guys in the black uniforms. Great concentration, got a good bounce down inside the 30, and it rolls all the way down inside the 20, down to the 19. 7:28 left to go here. Hastings defense has to flex their muscles again. I tell you what, Hartman's on fire. He's thrown unofficially for 220. He's got DeRusso and also Wada that have barely chopped up this defense.
There's a handoff here. It's going to go to Green, who's back into the ball game, to the 21. So as good as I felt in the first half, the way the Broncos played, now I've got that icky feeling.
Yeah, eerie.
No, I call it icky.
Icky.
I got that icky feeling here in the second half because we have not looked good in offensively or defensively, although we've had back-to-back goal line stands at one point. Here's Hartman, all kinds of time.
Wow.
Standing in the pocket. Now he's going to rush out of there. He gets it to the 20-yard line, dives forward to the 23.
As a head coach and you watch your team struggle, I'll bet his feeling isn't icky. I bet he'd have that would be a new word that he probably couldn't use.
He'd probably come up with an adjective that we could use.
Probably. So they force Hartman out of the pocket to the near side. He picks up a couple. Third down now and 5 yards, I'll call it. 3rd and 5 from the 24-yard line. Clock continues to move under the 6:40 mark here in the ballgame.
Sam Hartman, the Grand Island Northwest product, the quarterback here for the Tigers. He backs up again. Hartman looking right. Here comes the pressure. He has still got the ball. He throws it here. It's going to be caught at the 32. That's going to be enough for a first down. That's DeRiso again with a reception. He's come up with some big catches here in the second half of play. That will move the chains out here to the 33-yard line.
We have got to get a pass rush. Hartman is back there. He's going to get fat eating sandwiches for as much time as he's had back there. Line giving him great protection.
There's a low snap. Hartman picks it up and then throws a slant. It's caught here at the 50 to the Bronco 45-yard line and chopped down. The pass completion to Mark Anderson. Anderson, the redshirt sophomore out of Bellevue, grabs the ball in on a little slant off of the right side of the offensive set, takes the ball in the Bronco territory down here at the 45, and all of a sudden the Tigers have found something that works here against the Bronco defense. 1st and 10, Doane. They've got the ball in Hastings territory. Hartman again looks left, looks right. comes back left. Now he's going to run the ball near sideline. Penalty flags are down. Hartman is pushed out of bounds over here by the Bronco defense. That's Marquise Keaton who pushes him out of bounds, but this one is going to come back. We've got a holding call on the Tigers.
Yeah, and Hastings had a man get tackled out there. I believe that was Eli Keller on the end. No, that was Marcus Dustin. They were having a few words after that holding call. He kept pointing at the flag, but Hastings has got to get a pass rush, some sort of pressure on Hartman. He is standing back there all day long.
Hartman again stands, throws it across the middle. It's going to be caught and then drilled here at the 45-yard line. Marcus Dustin gets the tackle. Reception is made there. That's a DeRiso again with a reception. Those guys getting to know each other pretty well. DeRiso for Doan, and we got the Broncos into Marcus Dustin. There's another pass across the middle. It's going to be caught. That's Green down here at the 38-yard line. So Rian Green coming out of the backfield to grab that one, and now Doan is looking at a third down situation. Third down, 3 yards to go. Tigers have the ball at the Hastings 38-yard line. There's Hartman, looks left. Plenty of time. Hartman now running to the right sideline. He's going to be chopped down back here. Jake Lambert getting in there for the Bronco defense. Lambert, the senior from Tucson, Arizona, will chop down Hartman back here at about the 41-yard line. Doan now looking at a fourth down situation. Fourth down and 6 yards to go. Ball is at the 41 of Hastings. Doan is trailing in the ball game by a score of 20-7.
Hartman has hit on his last 10 passes. He's quietly approaching 300 yards of passing.
Hartman has got the ball again. He's going to throw it. Here comes the pressure. The ball is thrown out here to the right sideline. It's going to be off of the fingertips of Page. And now we got a penalty flag down. Look out. This one could go on Hastings. This was a pass to the near side that was incomplete. The Broncos start celebrating here. Something might have been said. The penalty flag comes up. This would be a huge play because Doan would get the ball back here. I think that was Marcus Dustin, who's been having some conversations with his opponents here. May have said something once too often here, and the officials throw the penalty flag here on the near sideline. So let's see as they sort this out.
Is a turnover on downs. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Unsportsmanlike conduct call in Hastings. That was after the play. So the Broncos are going to have the ball. Doan fails to convert on a 4th and 6, but there's going to be a 15-yard penalty marched off on Hastings. And tell you what, if you're going to challenge for conference championships or at least the upper tier, those are the type of plays we cannot have.
You can't let your mouth overload you know what, and you've got to keep your mouth shut down there. And even if they're pushing and jawing and doing whatever down there on the Doan side, you can't retaliate, and that's what happens. Those who retaliate last usually get nailed with the penalty. Now the Broncos with a 1st and 10 at their own 26.
Civic is going to hand the ball away. Merriman trying to get outside across the 25 to the 30. Still on his feet to the 34-yard line. So the Broncos got to stop on the incomplete pass. It was 4th and 6. Doan throws the incomplete pass. So the Broncos will get possession, and then they had the 15-yard penalty. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Now we're down to 3:53 to play in the fourth quarter. Now we got an injured player over there for the Tigers at about the 34.
I wanted to throw in there, Mike, that pass play from Hartman over here to the near side was really, he was rushed on that coming from the backside. The product out of Broken Bow, Bryce Chaplin, right in there to get his arms and right around the knees of Hartman. He threw that as he was going down. That was a great job not to make a foolish penalty and force him to deliver that football a little bit high. So a lot of credit going out there. Chaplin's had a good night, had the pick 6, been in on several tackles as they continue to work on the Doan Tiger over there on the about the numbers, but 3:53 left to go. Boy, there's a lot to talk about at the end of this game.
Yeah. Where do we start?
Anyway, we'll get we'll get through her as they get him up. But, wow, Hartman nearing the 300-yard mark. He threw for 67 yards in the first half, but he is hit. You want to go 10 for 10. He is 14 of 15 for 247 yards just in the second half.
He's had to throw a ball a lot because they trailed 20-0 at halftime, but nevertheless, he's hit on most of those.
That's exactly right, because he's had enough time back there. He's got through all his progressions and had his receivers come back to help him out. That's just where a good pass rush, you've got to have some guys get some hands in the face of the quarterback and get him forced out of there. He's too comfortable right now in that pocket. But they get the injured player off, and the clock winds now at 3:50 and counting. Hastings leads 22-7 here in this game.
Chris Kemp is a guy who was helped out for the field there for the Tigers as the Broncos keep the ball on the ground now as they bring it across the 35 to the 36-yard line. Running the football there was a Caden Merriman. So Hastings running the football, as I mentioned a little while ago, trying to use up the rest of the clock, something we were unable to do a year ago with our inept rushing attack that we had in 2024.
Not very good here in the second half. 123 in the first two quarters, 26 on 14 carries. 14 carries, 26 yards here in the second half.
We pick up some yardage there for the first down. Hastings will move the 6 out here to the 37. High snap. Sennick grabs it. Gives it to Merriman. He backs up across the 40 to the 45 to the 46-yard line. Put her in reverse. He just backs up across the 45, and he's dropped to the 46-yard line.
You know how hard that is to do. Of course, he's got a low center of balance. He's not very tall, but that's got to have some good balance. I think.
Could you see us trying to do that?
Well, I can't. My knees are awful, but I think next week we get down to the field, I'm going to hand one off, and you back up, see if you can go for 10 yards.
And second down here. Second down at a yard. The ball is at the 46-yard line. We're down to 2:27 to play. Season opener for Hastings College. The Broncos on the road here tonight against their arch rivals, the Doane University Tigers. Sennick with the ball, gives it to a Merriman. Merriman hit at the 45, falls forward to the 46, maybe to the 47 as he stretches out the ball. He's going to be very close to a first down. And now Doane is going to call a timeout as we have inched our way down to the 2:07 mark here in the fourth quarter. We'll take a break. Hastings 20, Doane 7. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
What is Mammoth? Excellent question. Mammoth is everything you need it to be. On paper, Mammoth is a modern master build firm dedicated to building the places where passion and community collide. We consult, create, and construct projects of every size. We are makers, movers, machine operators, artists, innovators, competitors, and builders. And there's nothing we can't do together.
Check it out.
Introducing the new and improved taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Now more delicious. Never tasted so good. Try it now.
You are locked in to Extreme Sports. Let's get back to the action with Mike Will and Jimmy Purcell.
All right, the Broncos trying to seal one up here. 2:09 to play in the football game. 20-7 is the score. Third down and a yard to go. Broncos have the ball on their own 46-yard line. The Tigers showing blitz. They hand the ball away to Merriman. Look out across the 50 inside the Doane territory to the 45-yard line. First down, Hastings.
8-yard gain by Merriman. Merriman with a good opening football game for the Hastings College Broncos. Two hands. Got a timeout by Doane now. They're going to start using all theirs. But, boy, he goes through the hole there. He's a slimy little guy trying to bring down. But two hands on the football. That's what we need to see here at the two-minute warning.
2-minute warning here. Hastings with a lead at 20-7. Next week, the Broncos, their home opener for 2025. It'll be an afternoon game tomorrow. So the Huskers next week play at night. Nebraska plays at night, 6:30 starting time against Akron. We will have a 1 o'clock kickoff at Lloyd Wilson Field tomorrow. So come on out. The Broncos, an exciting team to watch for 2025. Come on out. Hastings and Midland next Saturday. 1 o'clock kickoff, 12 o'clock noon. Pigskin preview begins here on your exclusive home for Broncos sports for the 2025-2026 season. That's Extreme Sports.
Well, and you know what happens between week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, we show a lot of improvement.
So after what we've seen in the first half and a little bit of work this upcoming week, could be an electrifying game against Midland.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball is at the 45. Merriman cuts back. He's at the 40, 35, 30, 25-yard line, down inside the 25 to the 23. Touchdown saving tackle downfield by the Tigers. Merriman squirts through the hole there. You saw his little burst of speed there, Jimmy, as they take the ball all the way down to the 23-yard line. 1st and 10 Broncos.
23-yard gain by Merriman. He's I'll get his unofficial numbers here just shortly. Boy, he's had a good. I'm not sure that Armbruster. I don't think he's been out on the field. He's back in there again now. They give him a break. So both guys have had a productive evening here.
All right, Cynic hands the ball away to Armbruster. He cuts back to the 20 to the 15. He's down the 10-yard line. He's brought down there around the 10-yard line. Andrew Brown, the sophomore out of Omaha Central, making the stop there for the Tigers. And now we got an injured player down there. I think the cramps are starting to take hold here for both teams, and we got an injury timeout. So again, Hastings and Midland coming up next Saturday. You're on Extreme Sports, 12 o'clock noon for Pigskin Preview. Yeah, you can just go ahead and put an order in to our invitation for our tailgate next week. We don't want a plate of his shrimp. We want a turkey platter full of shrimp brought up to the broadcast booth next Saturday.
You know, they put those salads at his buffet. Maybe we can see if he'd bring.
Well, they try to make you eat those salads so you don't eat all of his shrimp.
Yeah, no.
It's like a buffet line. You want the salads and you want the lettuce at the beginning of the buffet line so we don't eat as much shrimp.
We'll get there early enough. You hold the trash can lid open. I'll sneak by holding the salad dish, and we'll throw that in there. We'll fill up the salad bowl with shrimp, and we'll head to the press box.
Yeah, head to the booth.
I think that's the way we need to do it. By the way, Merriman unofficially 17 carries, 107, and it looks like the Broncos are going to wind this baby down. Looks like they're going to take a formation that we haven't taken for a while.
Yeah, Doan is out of timeouts.
Victory formation.
We're down here at the 12-yard line, 1st down and goal. So Senek in his first start for the Broncos is going to get the thrill of being in the victory formation and taking a knee. And the Broncos are going to begin the 2025 season with a win here over their arch rivals, the Doan University Tigers. As Senek is up under center, he's going to take the snap here, and he's going to back up a couple of yards, put the knee down on the turf, and the Broncos are going to win this ball game. Unfortunately, we parked in the Doan fan parking lot down there.
Oh, we're fine because we really tend to get along with everybody. We have no enemies.
Yeah, but we got a 14-county license plate stuck right in the middle.
We might not have a windshield when we head home, which there's rain in the area, so Gino might need to get the tarp out.
Yeah, we're stuck right in the middle of the everybody that was tailgating that had orange on.
Yeah.
So here's another snap. Cynic will go back and touch his knee, and this will be all she wrote in a big, big win for Hastings College. Here as the Broncos come to Crete, and they beat the Doan University Tigers. First time in a couple of years. Maybe it's going to turn the tide, so to speak. Doan has really had our number here in the past couple of years. But in the 124th meeting between these two teams, Hastings will pick up a 20-7 win over Doan. So the Broncos, 1 win, no losses on the season. They are ready to play Midland, the Warriors, next Saturday at home at the Osborne Sports Complex. Lloyd Wilson Field kickoff will be at 1. Our coverage begins with Pigskin Preview at 12 o'clock next Saturday. Get the final score, Hastings 20, Doane 7. Back with the final tolls and the Bronco postgame show. That's all straight ahead. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco sports on Extreme Sports.
Ben works at Runza, and he loves his teammates.
We got Rockstar Rachel, Johnny J-Town, and T-Money Terry in the house!
What's your nickname, Ben?
They call me Best in the World.
Did you give yourself that?
Maybe.
Nickname or not, Runza makers stick together. Want to join the team? Apply today at runza.com/jobs or text Runza to 242424. Runza makes it all better.
Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill has been serving Hastings and the surrounding area for more than 25 years. And it is more than just another bar and grill. It is a Hastings institution. Do not miss Tijuana Tuesday, an all-you-can-eat taco and nacho buffet. Every Wednesday night is Wing Night, featuring legendary wings that are crispy, saucy, and downright delicious. Stop back on Thursday for roasted chicken, on Friday for the prime rib and seafood buffet, and on Saturday for Bullseye's world-famous prime rib. On Sundays, enjoy the brunch buffet from 10 until 2. For over a quarter of a century, Bullseye's has been your go-to spot for good times, great food, and unforgettable memories. Find Bullseye's Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd in Hastings, right across the street from the water park.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
Since 1955, Bob Sass Flowers has been a part of the Hastings community. We're not just about flowers, though. We do offer the finest floral arrangements, all backed by friendly, prompt service and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. At Bob Sass Flowers, every customer matters, and we're dedicated to making your shopping experience one to remember. But there's more to discover. From blue Capri candles and diffusers to my Saint, my Hero bracelets, Sober Dough Bread, and Daydreams greeting cards, our unique gift collection has something for everyone. Looking for the perfect baby gift? Explore our selection from Bella Tunno and Mud Pie. Come see us at Bob Sass Flowers, where quality, service, and community come together.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports, your exclusive home for Hastings College athletics.
All right, back here at Al Papig Field in Crete tonight. Hastings picking up a win over Doane University. Final score 20-7 in the ball game. We got the Bronco postgame show coming up. Matt Franzen, the head coach for the Broncos, will join us here momentarily. But all in all, great performance by Hastings. The win is in the books, and Hastings wins it tonight by a score of 20-7.
Yeah, just kind of amazed here looking through some of the numbers. I'm going to give you a couple that are going to be mind-boggling because we haven't seen it for quite some time in Hastings College football on the offensive side of things. We'll get to Doane first here in the football game. Official numbers just handed to me. So Doane ends up with 15 first downs in the ball game. Doan rushed it 38 times for 77 yards. Sam Hartman with a good night, 20 of 28 for Hartman, 264 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. So total offense for Doan in the football game, 66 offensive plays, 341 yards for the Tigers. We look on down the line. Penalties in the game, Doan hit with 9 for 77. Time of possession, Doan with 30:07. And third down efficiency, 4 of 14 for Doan. Neither team really, second half was really sloppy at best, I would call it. They were 1 of 4 on red zone chances here this evening. We mentioned Hartman's numbers. Their leading rusher tonight, Rian Green, 11 carries, 32 yards. And their leading receiver, Andrew Wada, 6 catches, 121 yards for Wada. John DeRiso, by the way, 5 catches, 79 yards for Doan. For Hastings College in the football game, the Broncos with 19 first downs. They rushed the football 40 times for 195 yards here this evening. Passing numbers, Jarrett Sinek, first start for the Broncos, 14 of 23, 86 yards. A touchdown and an interception. So the Broncos with 63 offensive plays, 281 yards. The Broncos hit with 5 penalties in the game, 432 yards. Their time of possession, 29:53. Third down efficiency, 5 of 11 for Hastings, and they were 2 of 5 in the red zone. We give you Sinek's numbers just a little bit ago. I leaned over to you a little bit ago and I said, when's the last time we've had 2 guys rush for 100 yards, let alone one guy? It's been a long time, but our 2 new transfers in Caden Merriman, 16 carries, 109 yards and a touchdown, and Dalton Armbruster, 20 carries and 103 yards. Leading receivers tonight, Jake Bargan, 2 catches, 31 yards, Eli Nappy, 3 for 30, and Damian Jenkins, 1 for 10. Rounding out the numbers, Dalton Armbruster, 3 for 8, and Cooper Butler made the stat sheet, 2 for 6. And defensively, we need to make room for the brooms. We got to get a chair in here for coaches. He'll be coming up here shortly. Defensive leader in the game, Jake Lambert. He finishes with 12 total tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss for Lambert. A host of other Broncos with 7 tackles on the night. So a good job defensively this evening. Again, kind of a lackluster second half, but the Broncos do what they got to do. The defense stood up and held Doan in the second half, and the Broncos come away with a 20-7 victory.
All right, Hastings 1-0 in this season. Midland coming up next Saturday. Stick around. Bronco postgame show is coming up. You're listening to exclusive coverage of Bronco football on Extreme Sports.
The Matt Franzen pregame show has been brought to you by Mary Lanning Healthcare. Your care, our inspiration. Thanks for listening to Hastings College Football on Extreme Sports. Hastings College Football is brought to you by 5 Points Bank of Hastings, the better bank. By High Street Insurance Partners. By Highland Dairy, locally made, naturally delicious. By Mary Lanning Healthcare, your care, our inspiration. By Pepsi, and by the Runza Restaurants. Stay tuned. The Bronco postgame show is up next on your exclusive home for Bronco sports, Extreme Sports.
I became the manager about 1.5 years ago. Now what I get to do is, as the manager, I get to support my nurses and continue to help them grow and develop into fantastic nurses that give exceptional care. The favorite part about my job is being able to round with those patients and hear how great my nurses are. They say, oh, so-and-so is great, and talk about the great care that they are providing to them. I just love the impact that nursing can make. That's why we do this job. You know, it's for those positive outcomes. It's for those miracle stories. It's for the relationships that you build and the heartache that you feel for these families, but yet the triumphs that they have at the end. And they get to hold their baby because of the care that we provided here. And that's just incredible to me. And that's the whole reason I became a nurse. Mary Lanning Healthcare, Your care, our inspiration.
Is going to join us for a couple of minutes on the post game. And Coach, first of all, congratulations. This one has got to feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, no matter who you're playing, it's good to start out 1-0. But coming over here is a little different for me, and I've never, as a head coach, never won over here yet. So to come over and kind of get that monkey off the back is a good feeling. And as I told our team, we played well in spurts, and it felt like everything was really close a lot of times to breaking loose on offense especially. So there's plenty of things to fix, but the exciting thing is, I think most of those things are fixable, and we got a lot of good stuff to work on and get ready for the next one. Our defense showed a bunch of grit, didn't they? Gave up some things down the field, which we need to work on, but boy howdy, that run defense in the low red zone was pretty sweet.
Yeah, 2 goal line stands here tonight. I mean, if you see one in a football game, you're pretty excited as a coach. You've seen 2 of them. Boy, they come up with a lot of big plays out there. Got a lot of new guys in there as well defensively.
Yeah, a lot of fresh faces in the D line, and a lot of faces in the D line, as we talked about in the pregame. We're gonna play 9 guys probably. There's a couple guys that transferred in that haven't cleared yet through their eligibility process that should be ready to go next week, and that'll give us another couple into that troop. But no, we're really happy with the run defense tonight.
So Hastings winning again 20-7 over the Tigers. Talk about the 2 defensive stands you had right there. You had, I think, 3 of them, but you had back-to-back defensive stands inside the 5-yard line in the third quarter. Third quarter was kind of wild, wasn't it?
It was wild. I mean, it felt like, it was on the verge of very, very quickly just getting away from us. And with I know with this Doane team and the energy that they play with, that if things would have got going, if they would have scored 2 quick touchdowns, man, we're not a team that knows how to win yet. And when those things happen, and with coming off of last season, our guys, still have they're still in the back of your mind a little, oh boy, here we go again. But fortunately, we were able to get the big stops and force a couple turnovers and that. And then at the end of the game, running the ball to pick up those first downs when everybody in the house knew we were running the football, and still being able to run the football, that was a satisfying way to finish it.
And I told Jimmy that's something we didn't have last year when we had to run the football late in games to keep a lead or run the clock. We couldn't do that. This year, we've got 2 guys that I think can run the football anytime they want.
Yep. No, I think so. I think so too. And like I told you in the pregame, it was going to be kind of the 1-2 punch. And I think with Caden Merriman, he's a home run threat, and he's the guy that tonight never really looked comfortable. He had some nice runs and gashed him a couple times, but a lot of the times from the sideline anyway, it looked like he was kind of tippy-toeing and waiting for something to open. And like we talked to him on the sideline, I said, you just have to trust it and just put your shoulder down, and sometimes you're going to pick up 3 yards, and 3 yards is just fine. But if you wait too long, that play that you have to hit the hole for it to open up, and you have to just trust it. And so hopefully that's the thing as we get into the season, that he can get more comfortable within our offense and with our run game. And I think with Dalton Armbruster, he's already there. He's comfortable. He needs to stop cramping up and hold on to the ball a little bit, and he'll he's a pretty complete back, as I think you saw tonight.
Well, both guys had a fumble, and that's going to be expected. A lot of clawing and a lot of punching on the football.
Yep.
But I mentioned it to you when you got here, trying to remember the last time we had a 100-yard rusher, let alone 2 guys to get over 100 yards in a football game. That just shows the quality of guys that you got in this offseason. Those guys are they're something else.
Yeah, no, they are. And I also credit the offensive line and the tight ends, and Eli Nappy, the H tight end hybrid, that those guys were moving people around throughout the night, and and talking on the sideline and communicating and adjusting. And, that's what you get when you get some offensive linemen now that have been here for 2 or 3 years that are into their junior and senior year with that kind of experience. Those guys knew what they were doing. We'll probably look at film and say, we need to continue working on our conditioning, because it wasn't hot out there, but it was humid, and you saw some guys cramp up. But as the season goes, that conditioning hopefully will show up. And anyway, I think we've got a pretty good package with all those guys. And Jarrett wasn't able to highlight his arm near as much tonight as I think he will some games. I think that's kind of the matchup, though, that we found ourselves in, where we felt like, especially in the second half, we could run the ball pretty effectively. And when we had a 20-point lead, it was okay to do that and burn some clock. And that we would have liked to get in the end zone a couple more times. But, like I said, moving forward, those are things we'll find a way to do.
Jared Sinek, what did you see out of him? Jimmy and I talked, it's been a while since he's really been in a real football game. And did he just have to knock the rust off here in the ball game? Naturally, he probably didn't feel real comfortable in the ball game, did he?
Yeah. I mean, he looked comfortable. He took some hits. I thought about that when they late hit him and they called the roughing the passer, which was the right call. I thought to myself, like, man, I'm sure he hadn't been hit like that at least since high school. Definitely not in the last 4 years. But he got up and shook it off and got right back in there. So no, he showed some toughness, some grit tonight, and ran the offense well. I think one of the things we need to work on the perimeter with our receivers is getting those guys in sync. There were a lot of things we were trying to do in the pass game where guys were running the wrong routes, not getting lined up quickly enough. The timing was off. It's game one, so I'm happy to get out of here with the win. But you watched the Huskers the other night, and everybody playing their game one. Texas Longhorns today. There's a lot of stuff you fix after game one, and that's part of it. I think if we can get that in sync with Jarrett, I think we're going to be in good shape.
I want to talk about one more thing. Special teams, they play a big part in every football game. You got Sam out there, Trayvon, both had 2 punts apiece.
Yep.
They averaged little over 42 yards. But I'm telling you what, the one down here that when it was the game was kind of on the line, and I think that was Trayvon out there because Sam, I think, had some cramping issues.
Yep.
Got it all the way down to about the 15-yard line. That was a great punt with a lot of pressure coming on him.
Yeah, well, so Trayvon's our punter. So we had an issue actually last spring that Trayvon had some accountability to sit out a half of a game, and that was the first half of tonight's game. And Sam answered the bell admirably. That's also why Jarrett Sinek was the holder in the first half on those PATs. Trayvon is our holder also, so it was good to get him back in there in the third quarter. And you're right, that punt was sweet, and Zach Peterson ran down and made the play that Zach makes. Did a great job, and looking forward to having Trayvon moving forward doing all of our punting, because he's special. He's a difference maker. He's a good one.
So Hastings wins over Doane tonight 20-7. Week number 2 next week, Coach. Midland coming to town. The Warriors losing their season opener, but we know about Midland. There will be another hard-hitting football game next Saturday.
Oh, it will be. They went to North Dakota and played Mary University, which is a Division II school. They're in Wayne State's conference. And Mary got up on them, and then Midland came back and made it a one-score game. I think it was 28-22 was the final. So yeah, they're athletic. They're big. They look like they do every year. So, and coming off of that loss in game one, they're going to come next week and come to our place, and I'm sure they'll be hell bent for breakfast. And but after tonight, our guys are going to be looking forward to going into that and taking those guys on at home.
Congratulations, win number 1 in the books. We'll see you again next week.
Okay, thank you, guys.
That's Matt Franzen, the head coach for the Broncos. Again, 20-7. Hastings College wins it here tonight over Doane. Hastings getting out to a 20-0 lead by halftime. Not much going on in the second half. I shouldn't say that. There was a lot going on in the second half, Jimmy. We just couldn't get into the end zone. A couple of goal line stands for the Broncos. Doane finally gets in there at the 8:23 mark on the fourth quarter to make it 20-7. But Hastings wins this ball game. They go to 1-0 on the season.
Yeah.
Take our break. We'll come back and get the final words before we get out here. You're listening to Bronco football tonight on Extreme Sports.
Did someone Did someone say ice cream? It's time to chill out this summer and make your favorite Dairylicious dream come true. Whether you are craving ice cream, yogurt, cottage cheese, tangy dips, or all of the above, Highland is bringing the savings to satisfy those cravings guilt-free. Visit highlanddairy.com/savings to scoop up coupons, try new recipes, and spin for a chance to win fun prizes. Highland, naturally delicious.
Hastings College wins it here tonight, 20-7 over the Tigers of Doane University. We break a 2-game losing streak to Doane. First win for head coach Matt Franzen as he returns here to Crete to face his former team. As Hastings gets one in the right column, and now we go to work. Yeah, I know there's improvement between game 1 and game 2. I think we have to make maybe a big step next week against Midland.
Well, I think so. You know what they bring to the table each and every year. They roll out onto the field in warm-ups, and they definitely fit the bill and look like a football team. Like he said, they're big, they're going to be fast, they're going to be tough. Defensive side of things, they're very physical. So we're going to have to definitely clean some things up. I was surprised that has been the first victory since Matt has gone back to Hastings over here. But he definitely in this ball game has a lot of mixed feelings, I'm sure, with his time spent over here, played over here, and then now to be coaching on the opposing sideline. But it's got to feel really good getting the victory here today. He's seen a lot of good things. He's seen a lot of bad things. And like he said, a lot of football was obviously watched this weekend, and there's a lot of fan bases that are like, oh, my goodness, what is going on? And that's kind of what you and I are doing, but we can do that. We're part of the media, so we'll critique how we want, but a lot of bright spots tonight with the youngsters getting in there. The defense playing very well. The 2 new running backs. We'll get Jarrett dialed in and get him in start number 2. We'll see what happens. But you got to feel good. We got a different swagger as we walk out of here as we've had in the past years when we come over to Crete.
Next week, Hastings in Midland. It'll be next Saturday at Lloyd Wilson Field. Kickoff will be at 1. Our coverage begins with the Pigskin Preview at 12 o'clock next Saturday here on Extreme Sports. So that'll wrap things up from Al Papig Field here in Crete tonight. For Gene Shaw, for Jimmy Purcell, I'm Mike Will, wishing you a very pleasant good evening.
You've been listening to the Bronco Post Game Show, brought to you by Highland Dairy, locally made, naturally delicious. Hastings College Football is an exclusive presentation of Extreme Sports.
Need a power boost after
road against an elite defense, but I don't think I saw anything that's like not fixable. And you want to see polish already. I know